Chapter 9:33. He just suffered some grievances? The teen in the red shirt scoffed to show her disdain. If that was the case, then why did you need to dig a hole to bury him? Using both hard and soft methods? To let him confess? Jian didn't retort and just focused on his hand. What else can we do? That kid hates our Lu family to the bone, and his rage surges into the heavens. If we don't use Lu Tianqing's head, how can we calm him down? I have stopped bothering about the Lu family matter. I'm a saint venerable, but the only thing I can manage is this 9 extreme death jail. The only one I can control is Lu Tianqing. He is just unlucky. Scoff. That Lu Tianqing is still okay. As long as he has some strength, he won't be sent to the death jail. Xianhua, Xuanye, and the other country rulers might not be willing to submit. However, not everyone is dead set on advancing and retreating with them, Li Qiye said. Like he didn't want to say anything more, Jian laughed. Do you feel it? Huang. The blood of my body is burning and boiling at this moment. It is all because of him. Bloodline retracing, this power is so strong. This is the first time in 7,000 years that something like this has happened. It really isn't weaker than when Yin Yuan stepped into End Realm. The one called Huang, squinted her eyes and sensed it quietly. She had a special relationship with Jian, and they were even connected by life and death. How could she not feel such an obvious bloodline movement? From a moment the two of them looked at Zhongshu, she had already sensed it. As time went on, Jian's bloodline movement became more and more obvious. If Jian could gain benefits, then so could she. He is indeed very strong. None of the saints of the Lu clan in the past few thousand years can match him. World-burning blood eyes also seems like it, but isn't. It seems to have merged with some other bloodlines. Marrow, burning blood spirit curse. Death jail forbidden technique. I really don't know how he survived. I really look forward to when this kid becomes a saint. Her eyes flashed, and she said casually, just for this bloodline power, is it worth you sacrificing a saint realm for him? Worth it? How is it not worth it? Jian laughed, but his voice shook 1,000 miles as he said calmly, to people like us, what family, what faction, what descendant, none of that matters. My only wish is to fuse the Tao and achieve the true realm. In the past, it didn't matter to me who won or lost in the internal conflicts of the clan. He allowed it to happen as if he was watching a Gu battle. Even if he colluded with outsiders, as long as it didn't harm them, Jian could sit back and watch. He was even happy to see it happen. However, since this kid gave me a chance to improve my cultivation, how could I be willing to do that? If Lu Tianqing can't see through this, then he's courting death. After saying this, Jian's expression suddenly changed. Speaking of which, this kid is also related to you. This kid has the mark of the lightning phoenix on his body. He should be. When a young girl heard this, her face immediately changed and turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Before Jian finished speaking, Xiao Chun changed the topic. From what I can see, he still has at least 10 days to awaken the world-burning blood eyes. Now it's really a dilemma. I hope he'll be faster, but I also hope he'll be slower. It'll be best if he can hold on until the 10th day. I hope so. Jian laughed. The young girl's words were exactly what he was thinking about. Pretty much every breath that passed, he could feel his bloodline power increasing by a little. It was vast and majestic, making one shiver in fear. Like a dam, the longer it lasted, the more potential it accumulated to block the flood, the stronger it would be. Once it charged down, there would be a huge wave that would drown everything. Apart from looking forward to it, he also hoped that this dam would be able to last until the end. Only in this way could more bloodline power be traced back to him. In terms of benefits, it can't compare to Yin Yuan. I am really jealous. At this moment, he will probably sense it in a few days. Bloodline tracing, the stronger one's cultivation, the closer one's bloodline was, the more benefits one would obtain. From Yin Yuan to Zhongshu, only 8 generations had passed. Like Jian, no matter what, he couldn't catch up. Luckily, he had the initiative. If he succeeds in the world-burning blood eyes, who knows what kind of commotion it will cause. This 9 extreme death jail. As she said this, the young girl frowned and looked below at the black mist. the intense battle that was about to end. Illusionary heart mirror. Nine-tailed sky fox? How did it end up in his hands? Why didn't he tell me? She couldn't let this kid enter the ninth layer. Julian was startled. It was obvious that he didn't expect it. Then, he smiled without caring. It is okay. Just like what I wanted. With a flick of his finger, a drop of blood shot out and flew towards the abyss gate. In midair, another Julian appeared at this moment. Within the black mist, Zhongsho was shocked. During these 20 years, there was no woman who was sent to the ninth layer, and no one called Lu Hanyan. 20 years, no Lu Hanyan. Then, where was his mother? Was what the formless god demon said true or false? Could it be that the person was still in Nether Prison and he just couldn't find him? However, why was it that he spent dozens of days and still couldn't find her? What did he miss out on? All these questions flashed in his mind. Zhongsho was unable to rein in his thoughts. His thoughts were becoming more and more chaotic. Millions of thoughts rose up at the same time. It was like he was being controlled by a certain power. At this moment, the white shirt male smiled gently. Another sword slashed over. It was really ordinary, but it was as quick as starlight. Zhongsho could only look on with his eyes wide open, standing on the spot. Although he had the ability to dodge and block, he was unable to occupy the main position in his mind. Seeing the sword energy reach his brow and was about to pierce through his head. Suddenly, a green mirror light shone out from the illusionary heart mirror behind him. As the light shone down, it completely enveloped the body of the white-robed man. The spiritual sense in the mirror also returned to his soul ocean. It brought with it an ice-cold power which caused all the random thoughts in his mind to be instantly calmed down. The formless god demon on the other side let out a miserable cry. Before the sword reached Zhongsho's body, it retreated and fled. Zhongsho's expression didn't change. The Imperial Dao Dragon tooth sword formation that was ready to be used instantly covered 40 miles of space. The nameless sword in his hand instantly struck back. Instantly, several long Ing dragons circled above. 5 dragons merged into one. The absolute beginning dragon opened its giant mouth and reached forwards like it wanted to swallow up this white shirt teen. At this moment, the formless god demon was unable to block at all. Its sword technique was better than Zhongsho's, but the sword light that it slashed out collapsed on contact. Zhongsho mercilessly broke through layer by layer and smashed it into pieces. Its face twisted in pain, and it was finding it harder and harder to hold on. Even the shadow puppets around were destroyed by Zhongsho's sword formation. Chapter 9:34. The sword energy struck out. However, the strength of the white shirt man's sword was less than 30% of what it was at the start. The martial path sword intent that it contained was also reduced to an extreme. It was no different from normal Celestial Realm experts. He was obviously at peak God Realm, but the strength he displayed was only similar to normal God Realm experts. His aura was like that of a tiger pouncing on its prey. The nameless sword slashed once, and then thrice, breaking the heavy sword veil. Maybe because he knew that the situation wasn't good, he couldn't block it. The formless god demon didn't dare to stay in the body of the shadow puppet. Under the green light, a green smoke rose up and the shadow entered the black mist. At the same time, it gave out a sharp, furious roar. Despicable. The moment he said those words, the crazy blood-red sword light sliced the white shirt shadow puppet into meat and blood. Zhongsho didn't care. His spiritual sense locked onto the main body of the formless god demon. He hid the main body of the soul within the illusionary heart mirror. Within his body was an illusory soul. He used this as bait to set up this trap to lure the formless god demon into it. Only then did he exchange for the illusionary heart mirror to be able to directly shine on the formless god demon. At this moment, how could he allow the shadow demon to escape in front of him? If they continued fighting, although he still had a chance of winning. However, even if he used the illusionary heart mirror for a breath, he would lose a month of lifespan. Naturally, he had to end the battle quickly. While his flesh and blood exploded, 9,000-foot giant silver tails rose up from Zhongsho's back, 7 real and 2 illusionary. A golden-purple mark appeared at the center of his brows. It vaguely resembled fire and thunder, but upon closer inspection, it also resembled illusion and water. The 4 different marks seemed to have merged into one. The 60,000-foot lightning wings spread out, black flames spread, and burned for 100 miles. Along with the sky fox bloodline, all the illusionary power of the black mist was unable to affect his mind. However, all the changes and illusions of the formless god-demon were within his spiritual sense. Under the green light of the illusionary heart mirror, all the true scenes appeared. Slash! He slashed out, 3,000 star falling. At this moment, Zhongsho had only condensed 79 star Dao seeds. However, when this sword fell, it was as if the stars in the sky were falling from the sky. In 1,000th of a second, a soft pop sound was heard from the edge of the sword. When the sword light slashed into the shadow demon's soul body, sword intent immediately erupted. The soul realm slaughter sword intent, the Aeon sword intent, and at least 3 long Ing swords merged into one. It split into thousands of streaks and charged about within the soul body. The formless god-demon screamed once more. However, he decisively took the initiative to split that formless body into millions of pieces. He forcefully resisted Zhongsho's 1,000-blaze lightning flash and fled frantically in the black flames that filled the sky. Zhongsho laughed coldly. Trying to escape? How could it be that easy? The formless god-demon had no interest in invading his mind. It was difficult to investigate and impossible to guard against, and most of them would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since they were enemies today, then they shouldn't leave any future problems. Just as he was about to attack once more, the intense pain in his eyes suddenly increased. Like an explosion, it tugged at his mind and soul ocean, causing Zhongsho to bend over in pain. However, he was even more determined. It was as if he wanted to vent all the pain and bitterness in his heart. He formed a seal with his hands and chanted out, 1. Dao, rule, ritual, Xian, law, space. Song Sheng Dao spat out the 7-word true words, and the millions of soul fragments of the formless god-demon were frozen in the air, unable to move at all. Under the burning of the 1,000-blaze lightning flash, they swiftly shrank. At this moment, Zhongsho was in intense pain and didn't have much strength left. He waved his sleeves and released Hanshi along with the dozens of Saint Fire silver ants. The former knew what Zhongsho was thinking, its body flashing like a streak of light or using fire movement techniques, directly using Zhongsho's black flames to jump around. Along with the 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction sword formation. In just an instant, the soul fragments of the formless god-demon were all shattered. At this moment, Zhongsho finally recovered from the intense pain. The illusionary heart mirror still locked onto the main body of the formless god-demon. The soul body that was hundreds of times weaker was still intensely struggling. Without any thoughts of showing mercy, Zhongsho slashed down with the sword. It was still 3,000 stars, the starlight falling down and the sword's shadow shining brightly. After an eye-catching flame light passed, the spiritual sense that Zhongsho spread out was unable to sense the aura of the formless god-demon. It was totally clean, there was nothing left at all. At this moment, the black fog that filled the area seemed to have faded by quite a bit. Zhongsho shone the illusionary heart mirror around and searched inch by inch. After confirming that the soul of the formless god-demon had dissipated and was totally wiped out, he hurriedly retracted the green light with a thought. The illusionary heart mirror consumed lifespan, but it was okay to use some basic abilities. At this moment, Zhongsho was only using the mirror as a replacement for his eyes. The 9 tails behind him were all retracted. The mark at the center of his brows also disappeared. Even the star Dharma was retracted. Only the 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction continued to circle around his body. Zhongsho frowned. Just now, when the formless god-demon said those words, his illusionary mind shook. It was a trap to lure the formless god-demon. However, he really cared about those words. His mother really wasn't in the 9th layer and was still in the 8th layer? Then he shook his head, thinking to himself that this 9 extreme death jail only had guards from top to bottom. From bottom to top, apart from those natural variants, there were no other obstructions. If he couldn't find her in the 9th layer, then he would just have to return and search. Moreover, it was best if he didn't believe the words of the formless god demon. To shake the spiritual senses of others, he would often do anything, and everything he said wasn't true. He also felt slightly weird. In the 7th layer, the extreme flame Saint Venerable directly helped the green lightning eagle to stop him from entering the 8th layer. Why didn't he interfere this time? Did he lose interest in him and give up? Shaking his head, Samuraim's eyes focused on an eye-catching diamond-like item in the distance. It was a transparent pill left behind by the main body of the formless god demon. What is this? Is this the golden pellet of the formless god demon? Zhongsho used his spiritual sense to grab the transparent pill in his hand. He reached in with his spiritual sense, and a weird expression appeared in his eyes. The shadow demon race was different from normal living beings. Their cultivation methods were also different. The inner pellet that was formed was naturally different from that of crystal beasts, humans, and even alien races. He thought to himself that this thing had a strong illusionary ability. The remnant shadow devil origin ability mark in the temple should be able to amplify a cultivator's spiritual sense by several times. It was a rare treasure. Zhongsho's sleeves moved. A pale golden liquid suddenly spread out. When it reached Zhongsho's right hand, it turned into a mouth and swallowed the transparent pill. Little Gold? Zhongsho was stunned. Why did Little Gold swallow this thing? 10,000 elephants swallowing formless. Chapter 9, 35. It's Little Gold? Zhongsho was stunned. Why did Little Gold swallow that thing? Wanxiang swallowing formless? One was good at shape-shifting, able to transform into any god beast, and expert. The other was good at illusionary techniques, attacking one's soul without a trace, and was tough to defend against weight. A bright light flashed in Zhongsho's eyes. This little fellow's ambition was not small at all. However, to reach that level, it had to swallow more and higher-level formless god demons. Little Gold swallowed the transparent crystal and then retracted its body, not making any more movements. Zhongsho shook his head and didn't bother anymore, stepping towards the space abyss gate. One space flash, and he was 10 miles away. However, at this moment, an unbelievably majestic soul remembrance pressure suddenly rippled outwards from the abyss gate, sweeping through the void. Zhongsho first felt his soul ocean explode and shake, feeling really uncomfortable. Then, the spiritual sense gathered once more. It gathered into one and pressed down. It was like a giant, extremely heavy and sturdy giant will smashing into a calm lake. It caused waves to fill the sky, smashing everything that dared to resist into pieces. Blood seeped out from the corner of Zhongsho's lips, his spiritual sense collapsing. He resisted bit by bit until it reached the core of his soul. The Dharma true image in his soul ocean suddenly opened its eyes. There was a Tao word at the center of its brow. Within its eyes were 2 whirlpools, water and fire, yin and yang, life and death, cause and effect, fate, universe. They corresponded with one another and complemented one another. The black and white holes in its hands rose into the air and hung behind its back. The Dharma true image reached out with its hand. It actually used pure soul power to form a 4-foot blood sword similar to the Nameless Sword. The 9-layer golden pagoda landed from above and landed in its left hand. When the giant wheel charged over, it slashed out with a sword. With a loud explosion, Zhongsho felt his soul explode into numerous pieces. Blood seeped out from his 7 orifices, looking really tragic. In an instant, even the pain in his eyes and the forbidden technique were suppressed. Luckily, the soul core was able to withstand the impact and didn't shatter. Apart from the shock waves, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, there were no other major problems. Just as Zhongsho was racking his brains over how to deal with the aftermath, The 9-story golden pagoda in the palm of the Dharma true form spontaneously released a myriad of golden rays of light. It caused a void in his heart and soul, sea space, to instantly return to calmness. As the golden light shone on him, the cracks in his soul started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of treasure is this? Zhongsho was slightly taken aback. He had not used the golden pagoda at all. Only now did he realize that senior martial brother Wei Su really valued him greatly back then. The value of the gift for becoming a disciple was far beyond his imagination. Looking at the level of this pagoda, it was probably not below the illusory heart mirror. It was far from just suppressing the aura of the King Tao. It seemed to be a clone of a supreme treasure. All of a sudden, he didn't have time to think about it. Right away, Zhongsho looked forwards. In the end, he saw a purple-robed teen standing within the abyss gate. He stood with his arms behind his back, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He was like a god looking down on the common people. Julian. Zhong Shaxin was instantly enlightened. The person in front of him wasn't Julian's main body, but a part of his soul. However, the feeling that the aura gave him was still like a bottomless abyss. No, it was more like a black hole or a white hole. He only felt that only these two words could describe the things he had seen. He had seen many End Realm experts, such as Long Ying and Lin Xuanxuan. However, the two of them would try their best to retract their aura. Unlike this person who didn't bother to hide it at all, he was overbearing and sharp. This is my essence blood incarnation. Julian's eyes flashed as he sized up Zhongsho. To be able to block my spiritual sense strike and prevent your soul from collapsing, not bad. Although it is less than 1% at your age and at the same realm, you're the only one. Zhong Shaxin's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. It felt ice cold. He could only hold onto the nameless sword with his right hand, green veins popping out. Even in front of an End Realm expert, he wouldn't lose the courage to pull out his sword. However, what was the use of that? Although the person in front of him was just a drop of Jian's essence blood incarnation. However, it was enough to make him feel despair. That formless god demon was like a star compared to the moon. Even if it was a saint realm, he would dare to go all out and even dare to pull out his sword to slash him. However, the person in front of him made him feel like he couldn't even breathe and was forcefully holding his breath. He wanted him to give up? Impossible. However, could he only look on as this person blocked in front of the abyss gate? Or wait for Lin Xuanxuan to help him? He mocked himself in his heart. Thinking about such things now was just too much. Although he wasn't willing to admit it, the person didn't show any killing intent. However, his life was in the hands of this End Realm Saint Venerable with just a thought. This kind of feeling really made one feel extremely uncomfortable. Jian didn't care about the change in his mood at all. He said expressionlessly, "You are a junior of my Lu family. For you to have such strength, you are 1 in a million. I'm happy to see that. Today, I will give you a chance. Within 10 days, if you are able to enter the abyss gate with your own strength, I will spare your life. I can exempt your mother from her remaining punishment." Zhongsho frowned. He didn't feel any joy at all. He just had to walk to the abyss gate. It sounded simple. However, Jian definitely had more to say. He definitely wouldn't let him get what he wanted so easily. "Naturally, I will try my best to stop you." As Jian said this, he waved his sleeves. Instantly, red flames burned, causing the 300,000-foot area to become like a furnace. All the black mist collapsed right away. It is only limited to the strength of this clone. His gaze was filled with excitement and also a bit of provocation and disdain. Who knows whether or not it was an illusion, but for some reason, Zhongsho felt like this person was looking at his tightly shut eyes most of the time. His gaze was curious, like he was anticipating something. Zhongsho thought about it seriously before stepping forwards. He didn't say a single word. He knew that he had no choice at all. He had to try before he was willing. Long before he entered the death jail, he was already prepared to die. Then, at this moment, why did he need to cherish his life? He stepped out 3 steps and walked into the red flames. Zhongsho's brow appeared once more. The 70,000-foot lightning wings spread out, and a black lotus-like flame appeared beneath his feet. It protected Zhongsho so that his body didn't dissipate in the sky-burning flame. After 3,000 feet, another 9 silver tails appeared. There were also some fine blue scales all over his body. This was the bloodline of the water Qilin, automatically protecting his body. In just 3,000 feet, the sky-burning flame forced Zhongsho to use all his bloodline powers. Chapter 9:36. Outside of his body, the flame power boiled as he used the lightning blaze thousand flash to go up against the pure sky-burning flame. Within Zhongsho's soul ocean, huge waves rose up. Shao Qin's chaotic soul consciousness continued to lose control, rippling outwards. That giant soul wheel descended once more. It directly broke through the outer layer of his soul ocean and headed right for his source. Zhongsho's Dharma true image raised his sword once more to go up against the giant wheel. However, it was really tough, and his true image body exploded, causing some of his soul sense to break away. Luckily, with the source life spirit breathing technique that Lin Xuanxuang taught him, he was able to instantly recover. Although he had to suffer the pain of his soul sense collapsing, it also caused the structure of his soul body to become more perfect to block this giant wheel. At this moment, Zhongsho knew that this giant wheel was definitely the manifestation of Jian's Dharma. Who knows what kind of Tao it was to have such vast strength. Even if it was just 1%, it forced him to defend and not attack. It caused a monster incarnation to gather up all his bloodline power. Zhongsho wasn't afraid of the red flames anymore. After the black flames of the lightning blaze, thousand flash was the water force ability of the water Qilin. It caused Zhongsho to be perfectly fine as he walked in the flames. Every step he took was really careful. However, he didn't face any problems as he walked 20,000 feet forward. When he was just 1,000 feet away from the abyss gate, Zhongsho raised his head and looked at Jian with a confused expression. Wasn't this Saint Venerable going to stop him? However, the sky-burning flame and soul sense suppression probably wouldn't be able to stop him. He saw that this person's eyes seemed to be closed. His expression was really calm and indiscernible. Zhongsho frowned and still didn't hesitate to take another step forward. Each step was 10 feet, and he was just 99 feet away from the abyss gate. Although this step was really easy, it was still the same as before. However, it was like he had stepped into another world. True power, that vast and boundless true power aura covered the entire area. Along with the soul power suppression from the spiritual sense, Zhongsho's body stumbled and he nearly knelt down. In his sea of consciousness, he finally knew what great Tao that giant wheel was. Wheel. The wheel of reincarnation was also the wheel of reincarnation of all living things. One could clearly see that there were several tens of forbidden talismans engraved on the wheel. Life and death, fate, the 5 elements, yin and yang. Corresponding to each other, there were a total of 12 types of endless reincarnation laws. Zhongsho Xin was shocked. This was Jian's Tao? It was no wonder that he felt like he couldn't exert any force. No matter how much force he used to counterattack, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. With the word Tao, he had fused hundreds of laws. In the end, he wanted to merge the 3,000 great Taos into one. However, Jian was different. He felt that everything in the world had an endless cycle of reincarnation. Such was life and death. Such was fate. This was karma. It was the same for the beginning and end. At this moment, Zhongsho's spiritual sense true image was trying his best to resist. He was trying his best to chase this wheel out of his spiritual sense void. However, no matter how much strength he used, he was brought away by the giant wheel. Reincarnation spun, the source returned to the end, and then back to the source. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Zhongsho took another step out, and he felt like he couldn't continue anymore. His bones cracked, and he couldn't take the burden. No matter how much strength he used, in the end, it all returned to his body. Jian was laughing like he was mocking him for overestimating himself. Zhongsho's fists couldn't help but clench tightly once more. His chest was filled with rage and hatred. He hated that he was useless, but he was angry at Jian's disdain. Isn't it just like that? Impossible. The vengeful energy in his chest, the rage that was slowly increasing swiftly boiled and surged. The pain in his eyes was already bone deep. The power of the forbidden technique was also eating away at his soul. However, it couldn't shake his heart at all. His fighting spirit grew stronger. He had to walk over. There was a loud explosion behind him, and a giant nether gate appeared. Large amounts of death energy crazily surged in. Zhongsho used his spiritual sense to forcefully gather it on the sword. He finally tore open a gap in this sticky space, causing Zhongsho to delightfully walk forwards once more. Jian frowned. Deathgate? To think that your nether death Dao has reached such a level as well. However, to use it like that, you don't care about your life? Zhongsho kept silent. At this moment, no matter what kind of power it was, as long as it could help him walk into the Abyss Gate, he wouldn't mind even if he became a demon. Moreover, he was using up some lifespan in this death realm. The netherworld energy lingered around his body, but it grew and multiplied endlessly inside his body. A pair of wings formed outside of Zhongsho's body, gray and white in color. Within his spiritual sense, although the giant wheel could cause the death and life energy to cycle within, it was still too weak. However, as the death and life energy was too huge, just this spinning process caused the rotation of the wheel to slow down. Zhongsho's thoughts were really simple. Since you could reincarnate whatever spell, whatever Dao you had, then why didn't you think about it? Then, the only way was to make the wheel unable to take the burden. Jian didn't care, focusing on Zhongsho. In just a moment, his eyes shone with a weird glow and he was enlightened. Evil can't invade. Demons can't add to it. So it is the Saint King body. No wonder you are so fearless. As he said that, he gave out a weird laugh. Who knew that a Saint King would appear after my sky-burning Lu family? His tone was filled with self-mocking intent. The emotions in his tone were really complicated. Zhongsho didn't bother, taking 10 steps forward before he was stopped by the steel wall-like barrier. Zhongsho bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up from the intense pain. Then, the lotus platform appeared beneath his feet. It wasn't the flame lotus formed by the lightning blaze thousand flash. Instead, it was formed by the wish power, a true lotus. The moment the lotus platform formed, a 7-colored treasure light appeared around Zhongsho's body. Buddha's power surged. At this moment, he didn't care about anything. He didn't care about the consequences. He only knew that he had to walk forwards and take the last dozens of steps. Lotus platform? How did this kid have anything to do with the Buddhist faction? This scene is actually the Buddha fruit tree. This time the one who spoke was the red shirt teen. A red flame flashed, and she appeared beside Jian. He looked at the delicate and pretty young man who was hundreds of feet away and had completely lost his mind under the pain. Jian was also stunned as he looked at the 2 black and white dots behind Zhongsho. Although it hadn't fully appeared, it already had the power to make one's heart race. A moment later, only when Zhongsho was within 10 steps did Jian come back to his senses. So it turns out that you and I have underestimated him. Buddhist faction unlimited beginning and end. Sighing, Jian reached out his hand and tapped the brow of the teen. He could see that Zhongsho was already at the end of his rope. His skin tore open and blood dyed his clothes. There were several parts of the bones in his body that were unnaturally twisted. This was his physical body that couldn't take it anymore. In fact, he couldn't take the black flames, the life and death energy, the water Qilin's protective ripples. At this moment, Zhongsho's body was flowing in reverse. With the forbidden technique on his body, he was also carrying dozens of strong abilities. Initial celestial realm, the strength that he displayed exceeded normal initial god realm. The first to pay the price was his physical body. At this moment, the Dharma that he was about to manifest was the last straw that broke the camel's back. What made Jian frown was the death gate. Vengeful spirits gathered and cried out. This open death gate had already turned this 10,000 feet nether jail space into a true nether death land. One could also sense the dozens of nether death worlds around. Numerous strong intents were injected over. Even if one knew that there was an end realm aura suppressing here, one couldn't block it. Thinking about this, Jian couldn't help but shake his head. He wasn't willing for the Liu family nether jail to become a nether death world. The netherworld had been chaotic for tens of thousands of years, so why were those people so eager? With a flick of his finger, soul power seeped in. It wasn't a suppression anymore, but it directly shook the depths of Zhong Shou's soul. Zhong Shou felt his heart shake, and he heard Jian say, "Messy and disorderly. How amusing." However, his entire body was suddenly sent flying. He retreated 100 miles and was actually outside of the black mist. Then, his consciousness was unable to gather, and he felt really dizzy, like he was about to die. The last thing he saw was the shocked face of the girl outside. Then, the illusionary heart mirror couldn't hold on anymore. The light retracted and returned to Zhong Shou's soul ocean. As for Zhong Shou's intent, he was totally unconscious. Lu Hanyin leaned beside the tree and didn't think much. She used a strand of hair to pull Zhong Shou's body to her side. Then, she saw a man and a woman walk out of the black mist. She was shocked. Saint Venerable? Without thinking, she pulled her body back to protect him. Saint Venerable, although this teen is guilty for entering the death jail, he is still alive. However, since he was in the death prison, it was the same as being subjected to an unforgivable punishment. Moreover, the rules of our sky-burning Liu family are that as long as one passes the 9th layer, his crimes will be wiped clean. Originally, they guessed that Zhong Shou couldn't beat the formless god demon and was able to escape. At this moment, seeing the two of them walk out of the black mist, they knew that the situation wasn't right. Thus, their words were filled with anxiousness. After they finished, they realized that their words were a little disrespectful to the Saint Venerable in front of them. Jian didn't care. His gaze was complicated as he looked at Zhong Shou and then at Lu Hanyin. Then, he smiled. Is this the nature of a mother and son? Lu Hanyin's brow rose up, and she was even more confused. Nature? What nature? As for the words Jian said, she didn't hear it at all. Forget it. You can take good care of this kid. You can let him consume this item. Jian didn't bother to explain, casually waving his hand, and a jade box flew over. Lu Hanyin took it and felt a little surprised. Within the jade box was the best medicine of the Liu family, Jade Bone's spirit returning marrow. It could heal injuries and also be used to train the body. Within the jade box, there were a full 10 drops. 1 drop a day. When he wakes up, tell him that I am waiting for him in the abyss gate. After Jian said this, he laughed and walked back into the mist. Lu Hanyin looked at the teen beside her in confusion, thinking to herself, what was his identity in the Liu family? Chapter 9:37. In his dizziness, he only felt a cool and refreshing feeling spread through his limbs and bones. His tired body slowly recovered. The true essence in his chakra meridians was reborn and filled with life. Zhong Shou's consciousness was slowly pulled out from the darkness where he had no thoughts. Thinking to himself, wasn't he already dead? How could he still feel his physical body? The bones that had clearly been broken had also recovered and seemed to have become stronger. His skin felt a piercing pain like needles, stabbing into his meridians to help him adjust his energy meridians and remove the clotted blood. He also felt 2 ice-cold hands using a unique technique to massage his vital acupoints from time to time. The control of strength was just right, actually controlling the energy meridians in his body to flow and sort out his meridians. Although the hands were cold, he felt really warm and really attached to them. This aura was really familiar. He even had an urge to curl up in the embrace of those hands. Mother, he couldn't help but mutter. Zhong Shaxin was startled. That hand also paused for a moment, following which there was a light chuckle as it continued to use that unique method to help him recover. Zhong Shou only felt his face burning up. However, he forcefully controlled the blood to not surge towards his face. He thought to himself that this time he really didn't have the face to meet anyone. He really wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. At this moment, he could only pretend that he was still in deep sleep. What he said just now was just sleep talking. It really was sleep talking. It was definitely because he cared too much about his mother, who was still suffering in the death jail. He spread out his spiritual sense and noticed that he was outside the black mist, beside the demon tree. His head was resting on the legs of the woman. Those so-called needles were her hair. Although she was bound by the vines, the woman still tried her best to free her hands to help him recover. A moment later, she seemed to have used up all her strength. She panted slightly. "Little brother, have you woken up? Pretending to be asleep isn't a good habit. I haven't learned the Liu family's adversity crossing pulse leading technique. If you want to fully recover, you need to rely on yourself to adjust your breathing." Zhongsho couldn't pretend anymore. He could only open his eyes and straighten his body. His eyes were still filled with pain, but he couldn't see anything. As such, he immediately took out the illusionary heart mirror. Observing his surroundings, he found that it was indeed the woman who made him feel unusually close and amiable. He faced the city wall as if he didn't feel embarrassed at all after being exposed. His eyes were filled with confusion as he directly asked, "Senior, may I know how many days have passed since I fainted? Was it Senior who saved my life?" He was curious as to why Jian didn't take his life back then. However, thinking about it carefully, this Saint Venerable did not seem to have any killing intent at that time. Therefore, the main purpose of this sentence was to divert attention to avoid awkwardness. Only 14 hours. Furthermore, with your condition at that time, even if I didn't do anything, you would have recovered on your own. Saving little brother's life is too serious. At this point, the woman shook her head and said, "Didn't I say that you don't have to call me senior? You could just call me Lu Hanyan." Lu what? Zhongsho did not hear him clearly. He was sweating in his heart. He really didn't know what was wrong with him. He didn't hear this woman's name clearly twice in a row. Then, he was attracted by the situation inside his body. Only 14 hours? How did his injuries recover so quickly? Even before he fainted, his consciousness was really blurry. However, he had a rough impression of the injuries in his body. At that time, it was really bad. Even if he used the best injury pill in his collection, without 30 to 50 days, it would be tough for him to fully recover. However, at this moment, his body was mostly fine. Only some small details were still a little off. He was filled with energy, even better than before he was injured. Even the places where his bones had been broken had healed. Not only were there no problems, but they were also much stronger than before. His soul was completely melded, and one wouldn't be able to tell that a huge battle had occurred in his soul ocean not long ago. Zhongsho couldn't help but frown. What was the reason for this? He wasn't in realm, so how could he recover so quickly? With a puzzled look, he subconsciously looked at the woman under the tree. This was the only reason he could think of for his injuries to fully recover. Lu Hanyin seemed to know what he was thinking and shook her head. "It wasn't me. Little brother, your injuries have healed. Someone else used spiritual medicine to help you." As for who did it and what spiritual medicine it was, Lu Hanyin wasn't willing to say. She only said, "Little brother, you should be highly valued in the Liu family. Are you already one of the Liu family princes?" Zhongsho laughed. Highly valued? If they really valued him, then that would be great. His current identity was indeed the young master of the Liu family. However, he hated the Liu family to the bone and was filled with rage. If something happened to his mother in the death jail, then, even if he had to spend his entire life and be tainted by cause and effect, he would wash the entire sky-burning Liu family in blood. He looked towards the black mist in deep thought. Was he the one who healed his injuries? Extreme Flame, Saint Venerable? When Lu Hanyin saw this, she thought about something and her expression became weird. "Oh, right. Extreme Flame, Saint Venerable said before you fainted that he would wait for you at the Abyss Gate. However, he said that he would only wait for 10 days. Zhongsho frowned and then laughed coldly. He closed his eyes and started to heal his injuries. Before this, he had mostly recovered, and now his internal energy was circulating. In just a short moment, he was fully recovered. Even the essence energy in his body didn't show signs of being depleted. When Zhongsho woke up once more, he waved his sleeves. It caused the 79-star Dao Seeds and 37 Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth swords to appear beside him. A star dragon pellet and a dragon tooth appeared in his hand. During this period of time, he didn't have time to craft new star Dao Seeds and Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth swords. At this moment, he was obviously not strong enough, so he instinctively wanted to work on these too. This was the fastest way to increase his strength now. Not mentioning other things, but the life Dao and all the Dao that came from it. Zhongsho and Lin Xuanchuang's spirit dream-inducing technique were close to the Dao source level. Dao seeds could be easily formed. At least within a few days, he could craft more than 7 stars and 2 flying swords. However, the moment such a thought rose up in Zhongsho's mind, he had an idea. He thought back to what Jian said before he fainted. Messy and disorderly. How amusing. Those words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Zhongsho's brow furrowed, and he started to split his attention into two. The hand seals that were forming the star Dao seeds didn't stop. The sky-burning flame that was smelting the dragon tooth was still burning. However, he was slightly distracted as he thought back to the battle that he had gone through a day ago. Actually, it couldn't be considered a battle, as Jian didn't go all out. Just the sky-burning flame and spiritual sense suppression forced him to deal with it. In the end, with just a flick of a finger, he sent him flying. Chapter 938. In terms of being helpless, Zhongsho had been through many battles, but this was the first time. Although the opponent was an end realm, he still lost a lot of face. It was messy and disorderly. Counting it carefully, the abilities, sword techniques, spell that he grasped, how many spells did he lack? Actually, there were so many that even his physical body couldn't handle it. However, it was really messy and disorderly. Looking at Juyu, what he learned was also really messy. However, it wasn't messy at all. All of it merged into the wheel Dharma. All the power was a single entity. The structure was really tight, and there was nothing extra. No wonder this person looked down on him so much. Although it is so messy, there is no harm in it. However, it can't help one another. It is really messy and not systematic. This is the biggest problem. Even if I want to go from complicated to simple, I can't do that. Zhongsho was in deep thought. Even his hand movements slowed down. In other words, the most important thing now wasn't to find new strength. He couldn't do that in a short while. Instead, he had huge potential to dig out. He also thought about how he could break Jian's will Dharma. His beginning and end Dharma was a little stronger in terms of the source of the Tao. However, there was a huge gap between the two of them. A difference of a few millimeters was like 1,000 miles. He should be able to go up against it. However, as for how long he could last, that was a question. To enter the Abyss Gate, he had to find another way. However, Zhongsho thought about it, and after a long while, he still didn't have any progress. Unless he could cut off the power of the wheel Dharma. Otherwise, no matter how strong the ability was, it would be turned back. There was nothing he could do about it. Just as he sighed and felt dejected, Zhongsho's heart jumped. Slow down, cut it off? Zhongsho comprehended something, and a weird glow flashed in his eyes. He then retracted his random thoughts and split his attention into 3. When he was crafting the instant space dragon pellet and Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth sword, a large portion of his focus was on organizing his abilities. The sword technique didn't need to be integrated as it was always based on the one origin sword. Be it the 9-9 long Ing sword, the Styx River Death sword, or the secret techniques of the Tsang Xingdao. Zhongsho had been trying to merge them into the one origin sword. He had always believed that he was truly unrivaled, undefeatable, and undefeatable. He only needed a single sword to achieve the Tao-seeking sword. However, the structure of his soul ocean was chaotic and complicated. Zhongsho thought about it and decided to use the true image Dharma. He started to try to merge the 4 types of bloodline marks into his true Qi. There was also the true Dao, true Dao, life, and death true Dao, not of the Dao, and life and death. how to use to merge all the different aspects. In the end, he didn't have a complete spirit master legacy. In the past, Zhongsho's management of his soul ocean was really rough, allowing it to do whatever he wanted. It was okay if he faced normal cultivators, but if he faced someone like Jian, numerous weaknesses would appear. Fate, cause and effect, life and death, yin and yang, universe, swallow and spit, they're all Taoists. They are all between end and beginning and can be merged into a Tao word. That is not bad, but I still need to think about the details and improve the structure. Anyways, he needed to use the power of the Tao to the greatest extent. The moment such a thought rose up, Zhongsho could feel that there were some changes in his soul ocean void. Next would be those star Tao seeds. The more stars he added in, the stars in the void of his heart were more and more similar to the starry sky of the various worlds. Since that was the case, then he would let these stars evolve on their own. Why not let himself imitate them? One must know that there was a reason for such a phenomenon. There had to be a reason for the starry sky to reflect the various worlds. In this realm, there are also countless grand magics and secret magics that have been created by referring to the stars. His 3,000 star falling came from the Taoist faction's cycle of heaven star falling technique. However, to complete all of this wasn't something that could be done in a day. The workload was huge. Even if he used the power of the Book of Ian, he might not be able to complete it in 3 to 5 months. However, at this moment, even a bit more strength was good. As long as he roughly completed the initial steps, it would increase Zhongsho's chances of winning. Closing his eyes and meditating, Zhongsho once again forgot about the time. Although the pain in his eyes was still unbearable, sitting beside this woman, Zhongsho felt really peaceful. He actually didn't care about the pain in his eyes. For some reason, when Zhongsho started to try to merge the 4 strong bloodlines with his true image, Zhongsho's eyes lit up. The pain in his eyes was instantly reduced by more than half. As expected, the changes in my eyes have something to do with the bloodline power. The merging process was surprisingly simple. It was like he had gone through tens of thousands of attempts before, pretty much succeeding naturally. Zhongsho's goal was to seek common ground while reserving differences. First seek common ground and merge them into one. As for the differences and conflicts in the bloodline, he would first keep them and not bother about them. He couldn't be greedy. Zhongsho was planning to get rid of this part when he had time. Things that weren't beneficial to him, things that were messy and useless, he would decisively wash them away to retain the essence. Who knows how long passed before Zhongsho woke up once more. He suddenly pointed out with a finger. It was really simple and ordinary. The space in front of him didn't change at all. Only Zhongsho could sense the terrifying power gathered at the tip of his finger. If he didn't stop in time, everything within hundreds of miles would be wiped out. This was one of the 9 returning to one of the great evolution. This was the only way Zhongsho could think of to go up against the wheel. His brows rising. Samuraim's eyes were filled with anticipation. He felt a focused gaze, as gentle as water, staring at him. Beside him, there was only the woman under the tree. Zhongsho couldn't help but look over with a lost expression. Is there something wrong with my body? How is that possible? Lu Hanyin might have felt a little embarrassed, her face turning red. Then she said with a sad expression, I am just sad because of the scene. Thinking about my kid. If he wasn't sick or injured, he should be over 20 years old. He should be a little older than you. Zhongsho was shocked. He maintained his youth too early. His current appearance was still that of a 16-year-old. Following which Lu Hanyin said, Who knows if he will acknowledge me as his mother when he goes out? What about now? If he is half as skilled as you, I will be satisfied. No, it is best if he doesn't cultivate. The Lu family won't let him off. They just hope that he will be safe. Oh, it is still not right. If he doesn't cultivate, how can he live forever? Zhongsho only felt his eyes tearing up, his heart aching for some reason. He looked at the time and flew up like he was escaping, once again smashing into the black mist. Chapter 9:39. This time his meditation time was much shorter than what Zhongsho expected. He only used 4 days. However, when he went deep into the black mist, he noticed that due to the death of the formless god-demon, this place had become much thinner. The mist that had thinned out had actually recovered and was even stronger than before. Who knows if it was because of the special environment or because of Jian's methods. 20 miles in, Zhongsho's 70,000 feet black lightning wings spread out behind his back. Following closely behind, a pair of black and white wings appeared. These were the life and death wings. They gathered life power and death energy, but they were in perfect harmony with a pair of lightning wings like they were originally one. He flapped in the air and instantly traveled dozens of miles. He could roughly feel that extremely familiar aura that was etched into his bones. Julian, without any hesitation, Zhongsho stepped into the air and stepped on the sky-burning flame. The energy was as sharp as a spear as it pierced into the red flame ocean. Different from the first time where he took every step carefully, this time Zhongsho went all out from start. In his soul ocean, he was still using the Dharma True image to go up against the giant wheel. However, it was obviously stronger than before, and he was able to barely go up against it. He totally disregarded the suppressive power, the bright sword light crazily rampaging in the flames. Man and sword merged into one, slashing towards the person standing at the abyss gate as quick as lightning. The energy was sharp, but it was also one body. Jian's eyes also brightened, after which he happily smiled. "You are quite smart." Until the sword light broke 1,000 feet out, there was no reaction at all. When it reached 990 feet, Zhongsho suddenly felt that the energy was like a wall. His sword attack needed to use all his strength to be able to advance by half a step. It pressed down from all directions, suppressing the space around him, making him feel really uncomfortable. Scoffing coldly, Zhongsho wasn't surprised at all. The sword attack that was originally gathered in his hand suddenly spread out. Crazy storm. Sword after sword slashed forwards with great strength. He didn't care about the consumption. Tens of thousands of sword energy slashing forwards. Slash, 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 slash. Chop, it was incomparably barbaric. The seemingly random slashes had a purpose behind them. They were either aiming for a weak point or clashing head-on to create an opportunity out of impossibility. In just a few breaths, the layers of energy walls were broken one by one. At this moment, the 39 Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth swords were following behind. There were only 2 more swords, but after Zhongsho's reorganization of the sword formation in just a few days, power strength had increased by 5%. At this moment, it had transformed into a swimming dragon. Many thin strands of sword energy slashed in all directions. It caused the originally broken energy to become more and more chaotic. Zhongsho only stopped when he was 200 feet away from Julian. His forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of cold sweat as he arrived at this place. That spiritual sense pressure suddenly doubled, and the energy in front of him became even more powerful and majestic. Zhongsho felt a sharp pain in his eyes again. The battle in his sea of soul had almost reached the point of defeat. Pretty much every step here required huge amounts of energy. His body was not only covered in sweat, but there were also numerous drops of blood. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 1 step, 10 feet. When he was 100 feet away, Zhongsho's bones cracked once more. He tried his best to hold on and not collapse. He exchanged glances with Jian from 100 feet away, only to see that the teen's eyes were filled with a teasing expression. Zhongsho was expressionless. Not only did the 4 wings on his back not retract, but they instead became even more majestic. Without hesitation, he slashed out with a sword. 3,000 star falling. The sword light landed, like it was carrying an entire galaxy. The 10-step barrier was smashed. The sword attack aimed right at Jian's brow. He broke out into a laugh, waving his sleeves and wrapping up the sword light that seemed like it could smash the galaxy into pieces. However, the strong sword energy that could smash everything was like a clay ox entering the ocean, disappearing without a trace. Samuraim's eyes flashed and knew that there was a wheel in Jian's sleeves. The sword energy and sword intent just needed a moment to cycle back. He wasn't shocked or angry at all. He was waiting for this moment. The first to counterattack was the Soul Ocean Void Space. First, it was the 9-layer purple gold giant pagoda that smashed down. The illusionary heart mirror gave out a green light that shone over. It caused the giant wheel to stop. Then, the true image Dharma sword attack retracted, and he slashed up diagonally once more. Slash! When this sword was slashed out, it was so beautiful that it couldn't be seen, but it also seemed really ordinary. It was like the entire world had merged into it. It merged with pretty much all of Zhongsho's Daos. Merging into one of the Daos. With a loud kung, Zhongsho's sword wasn't in a stalemate with the giant wheel. Instead, when the wheel was spinning at high speed, it forcefully slashed into it. Not only did it forcefully stop the spinning of the wheel, but it also caused the power that was circulating to explode. Zhongsho's body was also filled with disbelief. His sword attack changed. He turned the slash into a stab. Along with a sharp chi-la sound, Jian's purple robe sleeves were instantly ripped into pieces and scattered. Even his skin and flesh were cut by the sword energy until they were covered in wounds. The power that was borrowed from the Wheel of Reincarnation along with the power of this sword was no different from two swords stacking. The sword light instantly crossed that short distance and once again shot towards Jian's brow. Jian was startled, and then he understood. A bright light shone in his eyes once more. He chuckled. As expected, using the one Dao to break my will Dao is a counter to my will Dao. Then, he formed a seal with his perfect left hand, only to see the torn robe, flesh and blood, and the collapsed energy instantly recover back to normal. In front of Zhongsho's sword light, a giant wheel appeared. Although it was condensed into one, it was tough to slash in at all. Zhongsho's expression changed slightly. His face instantly turned ashen white. The wheel could go up or down, but just now it was going against the cycle. It even felt like, if Jian's main body was here, he could even go against time. What a waste! You are still lacking a little. Jian smiled and pointed at Zhongsho's brow once more. Zhongsho's eyes were filled with a deathly silence. Could it be that he was going to fail again this time? After the despair, his heart was filled with rage. In such a desperate situation, his fighting spirit didn't decrease, but instead increased. How could he be willing to be forced back just like that? His eyes opened wide in rage. The vital energy that had accumulated in his eyes finally had an outlet to vent out. Hundreds and thousands of cracks appeared on that indestructible door. Numerous blood-colored runes flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Zhongsho felt like his entire body had turned into magma. Jian's pupils constricted. For some reason, he felt his heart stop and then jump like a heavy drum. Large amounts of blood flowed from his heart to his limbs. His eyes were filled with shock for a moment before he saw Zhongsho stab out with a sword in the impossible. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Not only was his sword intense spirit realm, he was even in the intermediate stage. Chapter 940. At this moment, outside of the black mist, Lu Hanyan's body shook slightly, and then she looked at her hand in shock. A layer of scarlet and white flames ignited on his body. She pressed her left chest, and her heart beat furiously, forcefully injecting blood into every corner of her body. That bloodline power was clearly being strengthened and purified. Furthermore, countless seals of the Lu clan's inheritance were being broken through layer by layer. Bloodline evolution? For some reason, she could feel the surging power. It was endless, like it was vast and indiscernible bloodline retracing. Speaking of which, she had experienced it a few years ago. Her senses were really strong, but it was far from today. It was probably someone from a certain race who entered the Saint Realm. However, today, who was it that could cause such a commotion? She raised her head and looked at the gray sky. She could feel that the entire world was shaking slightly. Due to the bloodline power, she could sense that there were invisible flames burning in every corner of this world. They were consuming the foundations of the Nether Jail, It was the world-burning flame, the highest gray bloodline of the Lu family. Was it another venerable in the family who stepped into Endrealm? No, this person should be within the Nether Jail. He was using the world-burning flame to burn this world. With fear in her heart, Lu Hanyin subconsciously looked in the direction of the black fog. There was a saint venerable in the black mist. However, the power that purified her bloodline definitely wasn't Juyin. To be able to be so highly valued by the saint venerable, was it him? She felt really close to him. It was obvious that he hadn't upgraded and completed the true world-burning flame. The bloodline retracing power was already so strong. Was it show? The moment such a thought rose up, Lu Hanyin felt dizzy. When she woke up, her eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't remember what she was thinking about just now. Beside the black mist abyss gate, energy shook all around. Jian took in a deep cold breath. When the blood-colored sword light stabbed over, the giant energy wheel in front of him broke. All laws became one. The ocean contained thousands of rivers. Hundreds of rivers came from different sources, and dangers returned to the ocean. That return to one sword intent caused dozens of different Daos to be merged into one sword. Piercing through, the sword intent was domineering. Jian reacted at the last moment and performed a few more hand seals. In the blink of an eye, several more wheels appeared in front of him. Big or small, positive or negative. Zhongshu's face was expressionless, and he did not pay any attention to him. The blood-red color in his eyes became even more intense, and the runes were constantly changing and jumping like flames. He only knew how to wave the sword in his hand and slash. Stab. Slash. TSK. They would do anything they could, not letting go of any opportunity that could be exploited. The spinning wheels of various sizes were shattered one by one, and they were destroyed one by one. He was like a ferocious tiger, madly charging forward with an indomitable momentum. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Gradually, they approached the abyss gate. However, at this moment, for some reason, the entire space around him began to float. There were faint signs of collapse. Countless amounts of spiritual energy were released due to the destruction of the nomological structure. The tremendous impact of the energy destroyed everything. When they reached the abyss gate, Zhongshu sensed something. He couldn't help but be startled, thinking to himself, why did this happen? He felt that it had something to do with him. In the next instance, the pain in his eyes exploded out once more. The intense pain that he had suppressed for so long instantly broke down all his defenses, gathering in his mind and drowning him. All of a sudden, he was unable to think about anything else. Then he heard Jian sigh. What a return to one sword intent. 3,000 Daos merged into one. Unfortunately, you shouldn't be distracted at this moment. Just as Zhongshu's mind was scattered by the pain, and the sword in his hand was unable to continue, a finger suddenly pierced in, breaking through the heavy sword light and directly striking at Zhongshu's brow. Zhongshu frowned slightly, but due to the intense pain, he found it hard to deal with it. In the nick of time, he blocked the one origin soul sword in front of his body. With a ding, first his second soul shook, and then it directly struck his main body. Under the huge impact, Zhongshu's body was tossed back, and his mind was dizzy once more. Luckily, the intense pain in his eyes had also disappeared. Jian's body didn't chase over. In a daze, Zhongshu used the illusionary heart mirror to look forward. He noticed that he was once again forced out of the black mist. Beside him was that monster tree and that woman. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly, and then his consciousness fell into darkness once more. You broke the rules just now. Within the black mist, a ball of red fire rose up once more. In just an instant, it formed the body of a teen. You have to use such methods on a junior. Don't you feel ashamed? Jian was still in the position where he pointed out with his finger. When he heard that, he smiled without caring at all. How can you say that I broke the rules? I said that if he could charge into the abyss gate, he could release Lu Hanyin. Since he did it, then naturally he wouldn't go back on his words. It was just a few days. While speaking, Jian looked below. Actually, strictly speaking, Zhongsho had already stepped into the Abyss Gate. He had already decided to release Lu Hanyin a few days ago, and he didn't care much about it. This was why what he cared about now were the last few things. There was nothing extra about it. It was really simple, but it was also really overbearing and exquisite, making one exclaim. If he hadn't used such a small method just now, Zhongsho would have forced his incarnation back. This kid's sword technique is 70% like mine in the past. After saying that, Jian smiled. Moreover, I couldn't just watch him destroy the Nether Jail. Now that Lu Tianqing isn't here, it isn't easy to deal with him. The teen called Huang, or frowned like she was looking down on Jian's shamelessness. Following which she said, "How difficult is that? Just move this Zhongsho to another world." Jian smiled and didn't reply. Her words were really simple, but Zhongsho's bloodline mutation had something to do with this Nether Jail. What if after he was moved, other things happened, and the bloodline mutation stopped? It wasn't worth it. To him, even if this 9 extreme death jail was totally destroyed, it couldn't even compare to a single finger of Zhongsho. The moment Huang mentioned moving Zhongsho, he knew that it wasn't appropriate. She shook her head. However, your Lu family bloodline, World Burning Eye, once it explodes out, it will be tough to suppress. Unless it is in the outer region void or Saint Venerable like you protecting it, otherwise it will destroy a world. This Nether Jail isn't a normal space, and it probably won't be able to hold on. Jian nodded his head in agreement. So, we need to wait for Tianqing to return. I miss him. The teen in the red shirt was stunned and only came back to her senses a moment later. You're prepared to let this person be the scapegoat? Seeing Jian's expression, the teen couldn't help but feel angry and laugh at the same time. You're truly a despicable and shameless person. Huang, you have followed me for so long, and this isn't the first time you know how I am. Jian laughed and said flatly, I can't let the juniors laugh at me. I am useless and can't even take care of Death Jail. Huang shook her head, but she knew that Jian was feeling that way. She could only mourn for Lu Tianqing in her heart. At this moment, a ball of red flame rose up in Jian's hand. He focused on the flame in his hand and said calmly, Do you know what I sensed when he condensed his eyes? Huang's brow rose up. She also felt that Jian's situation wasn't right. He should have been prepared for Zhongsho's bloodline evolution and his awakening of the world-burning blood eye. However, at that moment, be it Jian's main body or his incarnation, they were both stunned. It was like they were too shocked by Zhongsho's changes. If not, Jian's incarnation wouldn't have been forced into such a bad state by Zhongsho's sword. Even if it was the return to one sword, an intermediate spirit realm sword intent, Jian had a way to deal with it. It is subverting. Jian smiled. Interesting, it isn't merging, but subverting. How is it not surprising? When she heard the word subverting, the teen felt like there was a bell ringing in her soul ocean. She didn't even hear the words behind. Wasn't it the merger that she imagined? Using the sky-burning blood to merge with the nine-tailed sky fox, lightning phoenix, and water-chilling bloodlines. It was subverting? What was subverting? It was reversing from the foundations of the bloodline. A light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Jian. Bloodline power was a rare help before Endrealm. With strong abilities, and also the help of the bloodline mark, one could cultivate 100 times faster than normal people. However, to end realm Saint Venerables, it wasn't helpful, but a restriction. It was the same for Jian. The sky-burning flame and the cycle technique were enough to look down on the millions of worlds in this region. However, he was also restricted by the sky-burning blood, and his progress was tough. Normally speaking, there were only 2 ways to break free. One was to surpass the source of the bloodline on the level of the sky-burning blood. The other method was to completely overturn, reverse, and reconstruct one's bloodline from the very source of the bloodline. Jian shook his head and broke into a laugh. He is far from it, and only has such a sign. How can you help this old man? The teen's eyes dimmed like she was slightly disappointed. At this moment, Jian's smile disappeared. He looked into the void with an indiscernible expression. That fellow is finally here. Huang reacted instantly. She also frowned and looked at the void with a wary expression. If it was as expected, that fellow was the other end realm of the sky-burning Lu family, Yinyuan's Saint Venerable. Calculating the time, 15 minutes had passed since Zhong Shou touched the critical point of the Blood Eye mutation. This Saint Venerable, whose bloodline was closest to Zhong Shou's, should have reacted long ago. A storm rose up and instantly blew away half of the black mist. The barrier of time and space was silently torn apart, and then it quietly recovered. A cold voice spread over. Julian. Julian's lips curled up, and he laughed. Yin Yuan. Chapter 9:41. In other words, Uncle Tianqing, you don't know why the extreme flame Saint Venerable took the Kangwu Saint fruit? A voice spread out from the conch-like artifact, and it was a little distorted. However, one could roughly make out that it was the voice of a teen. Lu Tianqing stood with his arms behind his back and looked forwards coldly. It was a giant tree that was 108,324 feet tall. The tree needed 10,000 people to hug it, and its crown covered 3,000 miles. It was equivalent to 1,000th of this world. This was the Kangwu Saint tree. It bloomed once every 2,000 years and bore fruit once every 2,000 years. The fruit could increase one's lifespan by 100 years. However, at this moment, there were only dozens of spiritual fruits on the tree crown. Along with Lu Tianqing's sword light slashing down, he kept the falling spiritual fruits into the jade box. The number of spiritual fruits on the tree became more and more sparse. Just 10 of them were kept into the box. Lu Tianqing took a whiff of the fragrance and glanced at the dark parasol sacred fruits with great reluctance. He had only consumed one of these spirit fruits. He wondered who was so lucky to have it. Although he had entered the saint realm and wasn't afraid of dying within a few thousand years. However, if he had more lifespan, it would be easier for him to charge into the end realm. He sighed softly and closed the jade box. Only then did Lu Tianqing have time to bother about the voice from the conch. The extreme flame, Saint Venerable, has always been unpredictable. However, for him to suddenly take the Kangwu Saint fruit, he definitely wouldn't do it for no reason. His voice was really calm, and he used the tone of an elder. At this moment, the person who spoke through the conch-shaped treasure was Lu Yunj, the second prince of the sky-burning Saint dynasty. This person was just at the initial god realm. Originally, such a god realm cultivator wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. However, this person's identity was really special. He was the person who had a chance to inherit the sky-burning Saint dynasty. Even if he lost in the end, he could still become the ruler of a country and rule over close to 100 worlds. He would become one of the 8 rulers of the Lu family. Moreover, with his talents, it would only take him 1,000 to 2,000 years to catch up to him in terms of cultivation. This was why Lu Tianqing didn't dare to be too arrogant in his words. In short, he was neither haughty nor servile, just respectful. Then what Uncle means is that Julian intends to use these 10 dark parasol divine fruits to win over Zhong Shou. Now that I think about it, there really is such a possibility. A chuckle came from the conch, but it also contained a hint of seriousness. Other than that, he even used both the carrot and the stick to force Uncle Tianqing to accept the crime of favoritism. Lu Yunj, was wrong about the matter of the scarlet hummingbird. Yunj acted inappropriately and implicated Uncle. Lu Tianqing raised his eyebrows. He did not say all this just to hear a few superficial apologies. However, shortly after, Lu Yunj's tone changed. I will help Uncle inform country ruler Xianhua about this matter. The extreme flame, Saint Venerable's way of doing things was indeed unpredictable and confusing. We can't afford not to prepare in advance and nip the problem in the bud. However, Uncle doesn't need to worry too much about this matter. Lu Tianqing's lips curled into a smile. As long as Lord Xianhua knew about it, then even if the worst situation happened, there would still be room for negotiation. Although the few country rulers weren't Saint Venerables. However, with their peak Saint realm cultivation and the close to 100 medium-sized worlds, They had the ability to go up against end realm experts. He relaxed, and that uneasiness faded. Lu Tianqing still listened attentively to hear what was going on. My sky-burning Lu family isn't the same as it was 10,000 years ago. Even end realm experts can't do whatever they want. There are rules and regulations. Some favoritism is just a small crime. Even if Saint Venerable wants to punish you, you will just be in secluded meditation for 100 years. Moreover, Extreme Flame Saint Venerable also has something to ask of us. Even if we want to turn on one another, country ruler Xianhua has his own way to deal with it. Although my Lu family only has 3 end realm experts, there are other Saint Venerables in this region. Lu Tianqing's eyes flashed, and he frowned. What this person meant was that Xianhua already had outside help. However, my sky-burning Lu family colluded with the enemy, and that is a huge crime. How is it an enemy? That voice scoffed coldly. Can it be a helper? Country ruler Xianhua controls 120 worlds. Can't he afford to hire a Saint Venerable to ask about country matters? It is only beneficial to my Lu family. Lu Tianqing was stunned and then broke into a laugh. Helper? What good name. However, he just needed an excuse to deal with the people in the family. This matter was of great benefit to him as well, and was extremely good news. Speaking of which, there was no suitable crime. Then, unless Jian and another end realm Lu family expert worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, how is that possible? Then, he shook his head slightly. A cold glow appeared in Lu Tianqing's eyes, and it was filled with a mocking intent. This Lu Yunj hadn't stabilized his position as the second prince and had just stepped into God realm. However, his words were very different from before. Although he didn't order him around, he admitted that he was talking to him on an equal level, like he was looking down on him and giving him pointers. He was treating Lu Tianqing, a Saint Realm expert, as a chess piece. However, at this moment, this person was really lucky. In the sky-burning Lu family, he was so hot that his hair stood on end. All of a sudden, he couldn't do anything to him. However, if there was a day when this person was in trouble, he would definitely teach him a lesson. The battle for the Saint Dynasty Emperor position was far from over, and anything could happen. Lu Wushuang, such a genius, fell to the hands of the Buddhist faction. Songling world. This Lu Yunj might follow in his footsteps. Thinking about it, Lu Tianqing's face slowly calmed down. He originally wanted to talk about Lu Wubing, but now he didn't plan to. Lu Wushuang might have fallen to Zhongshu. That was just his guess. The red hummingbird matter started because of me. If Saint Venerable wants to take responsibility for this matter, then I will take responsibility with you and compensate you for your losses. Lu Yunji's words continued, giving off a bone-chilling intent. However, if everything calms down, then please take care of that mother and son on my behalf, especially that Zhongshu. He paused slightly, and his voice became even colder. Yinga really wants to eat that Zone Weiron's flesh, skin, and bones. Eat his blood. This person is currently nowhere to be found. Then, to be able to find him from his son is not bad. I heard that you have a 3-spirit corpse asking question bug. I will definitely head to the 9 extreme death jail to personally see that kid in so much pain that he wants to die. If I can get what I want, I am willing to give you 2 Kangwu Saint fruits. Lu Tianqing's brow rose as he heard the crazy hatred in Lu Yunji's voice. He instinctively wanted to reject, as this method was just too vicious. However, when he heard the last sentence, he was slightly moved. Chapter 942. Beneath the dark parasol tree, Lu Tianqing put away the conch-shaped Dharma treasure and left the world. Hundreds of worlds away, Lu Yunj scoffed coldly. With a slight wave of his sleeves, the layers of formations and restrictions in front of him disappeared without a trace. This was a sound-spreading formation, although it wasn't unique to the sky-burning Celestial Dynasty. However, the Celestial Dynasty's formation pretty much covered a tenth of the world, at least 5,000 worlds. Within this region, apart from those few powers on the same level as the sky-burning Lu family, there weren't many who could compare to it. There were only a few people who had the right to use it. He was one of them. Old man. He squinted and cursed. Lu Yunji's eyes gave off a cold glow. How could he not know what Lu Tianqing meant? The red hummingbird matter started because of him. However, this old man was too irresponsible and didn't know what was good for him. Shaking his head, Lu Yunji tossed out a jade letter and headed into the distance. Country ruler Xianhua had many things to do every day and wasn't someone that one could meet just because they wanted to. It was enough to send a piece of news over. It was not a big deal. Then he was in deep thought and thought back to Zhongshou. To be able to enter the 8th layer of the death jail, even the extreme flame Saint Venerable treated him differently. There were rumors that Zhongshou wasn't a weakling in the cloud world. Could it be that he really had some ability? Dual meridian body, a broken body, could he really cultivate? Unfortunately, Lu Tianqing didn't speak in detail. Speaking from far away used up too much energy, and he couldn't find out the details. This person was arrogant and unreliable. If one day he could control the life and death of the Lu family, he would definitely teach this Lu Tianqing a lesson. Also, that woman, his lips curled up and Lu Yunji's eyes were filled with delight. Didn't she think that she was the direct bloodline and never looked at him? Every day, he carefully tried to get in her good books, but what he got in return was betrayal. She would rather follow a useless brat from the cloud world than marry him. However, what about now? Han Yin, I want you to personally see that father and son suffer all the pain and torture in the world and die a horrible death. I'll make you regret what you did back then. Just as Lu Yunji was deep in thought, he heard a commotion outside. Looking out from a building, one could see numerous fire-colored lights descending. Who dares to make a ruckus here? Frowning, Lu Yunji also rose into the air. In a flash, he left the elegant building. This was the sky-burning holy court, the most sacred place of the Lu family. Even in realm, Saint Venerables outside of the Lu family wouldn't dare to be arrogant. The commotion was coming from the Lu clan's ancestral temple. In just a few moments, he had already rushed over. At this point, Lu Yunji, who was about to use his status as the second heir of the Lu clan, was startled. He was speechless as he looked at where everyone's gazes were gathered. It was a gigantic stone tablet. At the bottom of the stone tablet, there was a blazing scarlet flame burning. There was a thick blood-red color flowing on the stone tablet. Why is the sky-burning tablet like this? Like the crowd below, Lu Yunji's face was filled with astonishment. This was the sky-burning tablet, the naming tablet. It would show the names of all the people below the Saint realm who had the right to fight for the Saint Emperor position. It would be arranged from top to bottom to determine the order of the heir position. Along with the newly carved Lu Shou, there were a total of 49 people. However, at this moment, the blood words on the tablet had already disappeared. The thick blood flames on the tablet were moving about and didn't show any words. How weird! Could it be someone whose name is on the sky-burning tablet in the Lu family direct bloodline register? Most probably not. Even if there is a new addition, there wouldn't be such a commotion. All the names have disappeared. If it isn't a new addition, then someone who is listed on the stone tablet has fallen. What about Lu Wushuang? Didn't the top 5 just give off a red light for a moment? Moreover, at this moment, the top 10 heirs are all in the Saint dynasty. So how could anything happen? I feel like something is going to happen. Such a scene has never happened in a few thousand years. I remember that the last time was 7,000 years ago. Our Lu family, Yinyuan Saint Venerable. The owner of the voice seemed to have realized that something wasn't right and instantly stopped talking. Lu Yunji laughed coldly. The sky-burning tablet made such a commotion when Yinyuan Saint Venerable reached End Realm. However, at this moment, it couldn't be a Lu family venerable becoming a saint. He had never heard of such a rumor before. With the strength of the Lu family, they would definitely announce it and invite the various powers to watch. To flaunt their strength, they definitely wouldn't keep a secret. Moreover, at that time, there wouldn't be a scene where all the heirs disappeared. Shaking his head, Lu Yunji raised his eyes and looked at the stone steps of the ancestral temple. It was a bunch of red-shirt female cultivators. The one in the middle was dressed really majestically. Her looks and aura were really outstanding, 1 in a million. She gave off a pure and holy aura. However, this Lu family ancestral temple saint daughter was silent and expressionless. One couldn't see anything from her. No joy, no sadness, no rage, no shock. It seems like our sky-burning Lu family is about to change. A storm is coming. A voice rang out from behind him. Lu Yunj turned his head and saw a young man in his 30s standing behind him. He was wearing purple gold chainmail and had a noble air about him. His jawline was short, making him look handsome and delicate, but he didn't lose his steadiness. Lu Daoyan. This person was ranked 6th out of the Lu family heirs. 10 years ago, he was only second to him. Lu Yunj's pupils constricted and then returned to normal. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. In this sky-burning sky, there will always be some people who want the world to be in chaos. When the golden-armored teen heard this, he wasn't angry and instead laughed. He shook his head. It seems like Brother Yunj really didn't sense it. Do you think that I am just spouting nonsense? If the Saint Dynasty is in chaos, how will it benefit me? Lu Yunj was startled, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. At this moment, he felt that something wasn't right. Many Lu family disciples in front of the stone stele were filled with surprise and disbelief. They all flew into the air and flew to an empty area where there was no one and sat down cross-legged. Lu Daoyan's tone turned to one of shock. Didn't you feel it? This is a change in the bloodline? So, although you are from the Lu family main bloodline, you are actually from the side branch and are too far away from the main bloodline. If I were you, I would have given up long ago. All of a sudden, Lu Yunj didn't bother about the mocking words of this kid. At that moment, his heart also palpitated. It was the bloodline retracing. Speaking of which, like he thought about something, Lu Yunj's eyes opened wide as he looked at the stone stele. Lu Daoyan said calmly, "You still don't understand? Someone has grasped the world-burning blood. Our Lu family's top ability, top bloodline." Chapter 943. The blazing sun burned the land. This was the Nether Jail, which was originally filled with death energy and Een energy. Originally, such a sunny scene definitely wouldn't appear. However, since he fainted a few days ago, the nether energy in the death jail was much thinner. In the sky, the scene of the sun appeared once more. Zhongsho sat under the tree. However, he was far away from the woman, at least 1,000 feet away. For some reason, each time he was beside this woman, he had an urge to lean on her. That aura made him yearn for it. It made Zhongsho feel ashamed. Was he a kid who hadn't grown up? Luckily, other people didn't know, otherwise he would have lost all his face. He thought about how good it would be if this woman was his mother. Hearing what she said, her master had left and was in the cloud world. If one day he was able to leave the death jail, he would definitely help him search for it. A weird feeling rose up in his heart. Cloud world? Master? Wasn't he similar to him? His mother Lu Hanyan was also trapped in the death jail. He didn't think too deeply about it. He felt like there was a barrier in his mind, such that he couldn't think about it anymore. At this moment, he couldn't have any other random thoughts. There was a buzzing sound around him. The 42 Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth swords all rang out. It had been 8 days since his eyes mutated, and he grasped the return to one sword intent of the intermediate spirit realm. Since then, Zhongsho felt that his sky-burning flame had some changes. It was much purer, and naturally, the flame power increased. When refining the dragon tooth, it became much easier. The dragon tooth, left by the God Realm instant space dragon, still needed a lot of time. However, under God Realm, in just a day, he could refine it to the point where he could use his spiritual sense as a blade to carve restrictions. He also had some progress in carving the foundations of the artifact formation. Recently, he was getting more and more familiar with it. Apart from the 42 Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth Swords, there are 81-star Dao Seeds floating here. The number didn't increase by much. However, if one looked closely, the Dao Seed Swords didn't change at all. The arrangement of the instant space dragon pellets was pretty much the same as the starry sky. Each position had a corresponding star. This was something that Zhongsho had barely managed to accomplish after several days of hard work. When the void Dharma form was reconstructed, Zhongsho's first feeling was relief. The instant space, Tao, seeds, all resonated with the stars and faintly resonated with each other. They also had their own circulation method. There was no need for him to spend any effort to control or adjust it. In fact, every day, he would switch between real and illusory to reveal his avatar. It would also absorb the corresponding star power from the stars to continuously strengthen and refine the Dragon Core Tao seed. Who knows how much effort it had saved Zhongsho? However, he actually didn't care about all this. What he cared about the most was the harmony of all the star Tao seeds. If they could not form a joint force, then what was the use of having more Dragon Cores? Only when all 5 of his fingers were clenched together and struck out would he be able to hurt someone. At this moment, Zhongsho was forming hand seals one by one. He was still making adjustments to these 81 stars. The starry sky Dharma idol in his soul, C, was only a rough framework. If he wanted it to be perfect and overlap with the true stars, it was far from something that could be done in just 10 days. It could take tens of thousands of years until he reached true realm. At that time, Zhongsho would be the true realm of the universe. Apart from that, there was also the sword formation. It allowed the Imperial Tao Dragon Tooth Sword and 3,000 star falling to complement one another. At the crucial moment, he would be able to merge these two abilities into one. When the sword rang out, the stars shone brightly. Zhongsho knew that he had succeeded. This was a sign that they were resonating with one another. The connection between the two of them was already inseparable. Although the changes were small, power had increased by a little. Looking coldly at the black mist, Zhongsho started to look into his body. After resting for a day, the injuries from last night were all healed up. His flesh and bones were back to normal. During these 8 days, pretty much every day, Zhongsho would try to charge into the mist to fight with Jian's essence blood clone. However, apart from comprehending the return to one sword intent on the second day, he nearly stepped into the abyss gate. In the next few days, Zhongsho returned in defeat. Luckily, each day, Zhongsho was able to improve a lot. His return to one sword intent became more and more stable, and he still had the ability to fight back. This was why, although he lost badly, Zhongsho wasn't dejected. Today was the last time. It was also the last chance of the 10 days that Jian mentioned. After going through 2 lifetimes, he knew that more haste meant less success. This was why, even though he knew that the time limit was about to end, Zhongsho wasn't anxious at all. He silently organized his body, eliminating all the factors that could cause him to lose. This injury, it's healing really fast. Shock flashed in Zhongsho's eyes. Each time he fainted, the unknown woman would use the adversity crossing meridian leading technique on him. Acupuncture and massage to clean out his meridians. Often when he woke up, his blocked meridians were mostly cleared up. However, with the strength of that woman, she definitely couldn't heal half of his injuries in a day. During the 10 days, it was like that every day. It was either some kind of rare treasure or a top-grade healing pill. After his body and soul were heavily injured, they weren't weak at all. Instead, they were strengthening day by day. They were a full 15% stronger than when he was in a 9-extreme death jail. Not only could such a treasure heal injuries, but it could also train the celestial body. The woman's words also revealed something. There was another reason why his injuries healed up. So what was the reason? Zhongsho was confused and then shook his head. No matter what goal that person had, it had nothing to do with him. The only thing he needed to think about now was how to step into the abyss gate. He didn't need to bother about anything else. The illusionary heart mirror shone forward once more, and he heard the woman laugh. "You are already awake?" Zhongsho acknowledged. The mirror light spun and shone under the demon tree. The illusionary heart mirror shone, imprinting the woman's appearance into the depths of his heart. A sense of melancholy rose up in his heart, a deep reluctance to part. However, he didn't show it on his face. just nodding his head slightly. "Thank you, Senior, for taking care of me these few days. Zhongsho is really grateful. If I am lucky enough to survive, I don't dare to ask for too much." Lu Hanyin shook her head and laughed. Why did he call her Senior? She helped Zhongsho heal because this kid gave her a good impression and reminded her of her own child. It wasn't because she wanted to repay his kindness. Just as she was about to correct him, her expression changed. She could hear the determination to leave from Zhongsho's words. "You still want to enter the Abyss Gate? Are you confident this time?" Thinking about how Jian only gave her 10 drops of Jade Bone Spirit returning marrow, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. That is a Saint Venerable. How can I have it? However, Zhongsho has to fight and go all out. Zhongsho shook his head slightly. He was prepared to die. Since he couldn't enter the Abyss Gate, then he would fight to the death in this black mist. Today was the last day. Once this day was over, who knew what Jian would do to him? Zhongsho was unyielding in his life. Only this time he couldn't accept failure. "Can't you just not go?" When Lu Hanyin said these words, Zhongsho's face was as cold as ice. There was no change at all. Apart from being disappointed, she also felt a tugging pain in her chest. She was at a loss she couldn't bear to. When she first met him, she felt that she had a deep connection with this teen. For 10 days, she treated the young man's injuries every day. She watched his every move and focused on studying the sword arts. She was exceptionally contented and warm, treating this young man as her own child. Sometimes, she would even think about it unkindly. If this teen couldn't pass the Abyss Gate and stayed in the Nether Jail to accompany her, how great would that be? She didn't feel that such thoughts were weird before. At this moment, when she heard the intention of leaving in Zhongsho's words, that unwillingness and worry invaded her body like a wave. After keeping silent for a moment, Lu Hanyin gave out a self-mocking laugh. In the end, he wasn't her child, so how could she stop him? Moreover, this kid had already made up his mind and wouldn't listen to what she said. She also had no position. She and this teen had just met by chance, so what right did she have to persuade him? Thinking about it for a moment, Lu Hanyin suddenly took out 3 light purple talismans from her sleeves. She used her soul power to lift them up to Zhongsho's expression. These 3 talismans were personally drawn by the sky-burning Saint Emperor using his own essence blood. Power is really strong and might be able to help you. Zhongsho was startled. He used the illusionary heart mirror to look at it, and then he was shocked. He felt that the spiritual light within was retracted, and there was a hidden treasure within. It was filled with a dangerous aura. The talisman restrictions were simple, but it was the most concise and most precise structure that Zhongsho had seen in his life. There wasn't any redundancy at all. It really was a top-grade celestial talisman, made by the essence blood of a Saint Realm expert. Then the strength of this talisman was probably comparable to the sky-burning Saint Emperor going all out. Frowning, Zhongsho instinctively wanted to reject it. Lu Hanyin seemed to have seen through his thoughts and smiled. Since I can take out such top-grade celestial talismans, then why would I lack other defensive methods? Just take it. It is okay. These 3 celestial talismans were personally crafted by her grandfather 20 years ago, in case anything happened in the 9 Extreme Death Jail. However, at that time, the sky-burning Saint Emperor was really disappointed in her. Apart from that, there wasn't anything else. However, at this moment, she wasn't planning on escaping from her punishment. She was going to wait until the 40 years were up, and she was free. Then at this moment, it was useless for her to take these talismans, so why not give them to the teen? Zhongsho half believed and half doubted. He looked closely at the demon tree. Thinking back to 10 days ago, when his injuries were all healed up, he didn't say anything. Thus, he didn't open his mouth to refuse and put the 3 talismans into his sleeve. Since that is the case, then Zhongsho won't be polite. He wasn't planning on using it. Although Jian said that he could just step into the Abyss Gate, he didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. However, if he used external strength, who knows what Jian Saint Venerable would think about it. This was why during this period of time, Zhongsho didn't even release his protector beast, much less these celestial talismans. However, these talismans represented the girl's feelings for him. Then, he took in a deep breath. Zhong Shou's vital energy boiled, and sword intent rose up. He didn't have much time and couldn't waste any more time. "Senior, please take care." The moment he said this, Zhong Shou decisively flashed and charged into the black mist once more. To be continued. Chapter 944. At this moment, within the black mist, Zhong Shou knew everything like the back of his hand. Traveling within, in just a few breaths, he was 20 miles away from the Abyss Gate. The moment he entered, he felt like his eyes were burning. That day, his eyes changed, and he felt like the gate was riddled with holes and was about to break through. He could finally get what he wanted and see what was behind the barrier. However, at the last moment, Jian forcefully interrupted him and knocked him out with a finger. When he woke up, the barrier had already healed up. Not only were the cracks sealed up, but it was even thicker. As such, not only did the blood spirit curse power in his body not leak out, but it accumulated even more. The barrier was like a dam, blocking all of Zhong Shou's vital energy and curse power behind the dam. The more it blocked, the more it surged. The only way to reduce the pain was to try his best to merge the 4 bloodlines in his body. However, each time he entered the depths of the black mist, the swelling and throbbing pain would follow. He didn't bother about it. The moment Zhong Shou arrived, he saw Jian, who was standing quietly at the Abyss Gate, open his eyes and look over. His eyes were filled with curiosity and disdain. "How punctual! However, today is the last day. Are you prepared?" Zhong Shou didn't say a word, too lazy to speak any nonsense as he stepped into the flames. This time, he didn't show his monster body, but each step he took, a black lotus flame would appear under his feet. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace, causing the surrounding sky-burning flame to be unable to get close to him. He didn't use much strength and crossed 10 miles. At this moment, each action of his body, each movement of his hand, each movement of his leg was filled with Tao attainments. His aura was retracted and condensed into a point. It seemed to be there, but also wasn't, changing unpredictably. His body was in harmony with the return to one technique. He had already merged the spirit realm sword intent into his actions. It wasn't as majestic as a few days ago. However, his aura was sharp and even sharper. He was unobstructed and arrived 1,000 feet in front of Jian. The latter's eyes were filled with praise. He already felt that the situation this time was totally different from a few days ago. Interesting. It was only a few days ago that he would make his move when Zhong Shou was within 10 zhang of him. However, at this moment, Jian's thoughts rose. Instantly, numerous wheels appeared 1,000 feet in front of him. They were all different in size and power, but they were perfectly able to seal off every inch of space within 1,000 feet. It could crush any foreign object that entered this area. However, Zhong Shou was not one of them. He charged forward 50 feet and slashed out with his sword. He smashed the wheel in front of him with one sword. The sword remained unmoved. Even the positive and negative wheels couldn't borrow strength to return. A few ordinary swords, but they were incomparably domineering and violent to the extreme. He didn't waste any time and was 100 feet in front of Jian. The illusionary heart mirror light exchanged glances with this person. Zhong Shou slashed down once more with the 3,000 star falling. The lightning wings and the wings of life and death spread out at the same time, extending to 70,000 feet. A 7-colored lotus platform appeared beneath his feet. 9 giant tails rose into the air. It was really sudden. The aura was retracted and instantly became extremely strong. It was really majestic. However, it is still concealing one's spirit and one's chi. Although the river has 10,000 sources, it only has one source. He was inches away, but Jian didn't panic. Instead, he laughed coldly. He formed a seal with his hands in front of his chest, and a giant wheel that covered 100 feet appeared in front of him. There were also countless golden and silver runes engraved on the wheel. It was like numerous daos and laws were merged into it. However, within the wheel, it only represented the cycle path. A few days ago, it wasn't like Zhong Shou didn't charge here. However, Today was the only time he was able to force him to treat it seriously and use his core cultivation technique. Come! The sword light and the wheel clashed. Energy waves spread out. It pushed away all the black fog. Hundreds of miles of land rumbled like sand and dust. Be it dirt or stone, they were all turned into dust. The giant wheel spun and spun. The blood-colored sword light only gathered at one point. The two of them were actually at a stalemate. Samarim focused on where the sword tip was. Break! Break for me! Each bit of energy in his body was sucked out. Each bit of sword power was used to the extreme. Going forward, he wouldn't return until he broke. There was nothing he couldn't break. Countless saber wheels suddenly gathered behind Xiao, Chun, and attacked from behind. Zhongshou didn't turn his head. The 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction sword formation automatically activated to protect its master. Within 1,000 feet, the sword energy was dense as it went all out to block the attacks of the storm-like knife wheels. Zhongshou didn't bother at all. The illusionary heart mirror only focused on the abyss gate in front of him. He continued to increase his strength and squeeze out all the potential in his body. His bones exploded out and the half of the Juntian armor on his body started to burn. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with pain. It was like the more his blood boiled, the more his fighting spirit rose. That door was even more impacted by the power of the marrow-burning blood spirit. There was a crisp cracking sound, and a hole appeared on the wheel. From then on, the entire wheel started to show signs of collapsing. He is prepared to use strength to suppress me? Smart. Zhongshou didn't care. After all, Jian was formed from a drop of essence blood. The power it contained was limited, and the 10 days of intense battle had consumed a lot of it. He had only vaguely sensed this situation yesterday. This was why today, Zhongshou's strategy was to go all out to force Jian to compete with him in terms of true qi consumption. At this moment, as long as he could let his mother escape from the death jail, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, wasn't this a despicable strategy? The sword energy continued to charge forwards. The absolute beginning long ing roared out. That 100-feet giant will couldn't stop itself from collapsing and was about to break apart. Jian's expression didn't change. His hand seals changed and another wheel formed. The cycle technique could be used in both directions, even if it was broken. Although it collapsed, this reverse wheel could return to its original state. At the start, it was only 30 feet, but in an instant, it recovered to 80 feet. The scattered energy flowed back and recovered. The true qi and soul power also swiftly went from weak to full. The Buddhist faction had nirvana techniques, but his cycle technique wasn't any weaker. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for anyone to truly break through this round. However, he suddenly felt the vital energy in his body shake. It came from a junior in front of him. Jian looked over in shock, only to see Zhongshou's face was expressionless. That pair of eyes opened once again. His eyes were red like blood, and numerous talismans jumped about. He didn't seem to notice at all as he slashed out with his sword. He used the one-sword intent to the extreme. The sword light slashed through the air, and the 80-feet wheel broke. He couldn't help but be slightly distracted. He felt that at this moment, Zhongshou was pretty much one with heaven and earth. It was like a sword god had descended. Each time the sword light jumped, it was along with the heaven path. Heaven and man connection? Julian's pupils constricted, and he comprehended something. Was this a true will, a huge fighting spirit, entering a state of comprehension? He looked towards Zhongshou's eyes. As expected, there were some changes. The talismans and bloodline legacy that he couldn't be more familiar with had some heaven path mysteries. Julian's eyes squinted. Once again, an energy wheel gathered in front of him. However, it was still sliced into pieces by that blood sword. Decisive and clean, he didn't hesitate at all. Julian's lips curled up coldly as he continued. However, it condensed once more and shattered once more. Where the sword light landed, it was like an indestructible god's sword, unstoppable and unstoppable. It did so 10 times in a row, breaking the last 100-feet wheel. Then, Zhongshou's sword swept and sliced towards Jian's head. Jian frowned and took a step back in the end. Then, he looked down with a complicated expression. He actually lost. At this moment, Zhongsho had stepped into the abyss gate once more. At this moment, Zhongsho's extremely focused mind was finally distracted. At the same time, he retreated from the comprehension of heaven's connection. However, he didn't feel any regret. Instead, his face was filled with joy from the bottom of his heart. He won. In 10 days, he racked his brains and finally managed to walk into the abyss gate. Then, his expression turned serious as he looked coldly at Juyin. He did win, but would this extreme flame, Saint Venerable, keep his promise? Even Zhongsho's life was in his hands. Much less this small promise. Such a feeling was really unbearable. His desire to reach the pinnacle of the sword path became even more firm. Because he was too worried, he momentarily forgot about the intense pain in his eyes and the beating of his heart that was getting more and more intense. At this moment, the millions of runes in his eyes were slowly gathering into one. At that moment, all the black mist and death energy around the abyss gate started to burn. They were all burning fiercely and gradually disappearing. Juyu didn't neglect it. He had been looking at Zhongsho's eyes from start to finish. Then, he nodded his head expressionlessly. You have won today. Zhong shocks and relaxed slightly. Then, he heard Juyu mocking once more. However, I'm going to go back on my words. My promise is invalid. His gaze was mocking like he was saying that even if he didn't keep his promise. You are just an ant. What can you do? Zhongsho instantly felt his brain explode, the veins on his forehead popping out. His eyes opened wide and then constricted. The millions of runes in his eyes swiftly merged into one at a shocking speed. Both eyes were blood-colored like beautiful jade. Looking closely, there seemed to be 2 black and white whirlpools spinning within. It was devilish and extremely beautiful. Jian instantly felt something. He felt that the tens of thousands of miles of Nether Jail World was shaking. He felt his mind go blank, like he had fallen into a world filled with fire. Then he was shocked. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that something was about to happen. He was just a step away from completing it. However, before it was completed, there was already such an ability. It caused his end-realm spiritual sense to nearly fall into an illusion that he couldn't recover from. His main body seemed to have sensed something too. A light flew through the air and entered Jian's body. Then, he pointed out with a finger. It was still light and powerless. However, it hit Zhongsho's brow, causing him to faint once more. Carrying the teen in his hand, Jian couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he felt a clear, water-like gaze look over. Chapter 945. The world-burning flame exploded out, and in just an instant, it burned the hundreds of miles of black mist. Everything here was opened up, and one could see with their eyes. There was no way to stop one's spiritual sense. The source of the gaze was Lu Hanyan, who was under the monster tree. Her eyes were filled with shock and worry. Juyin smiled, and with a flash, he was beside the monster tree. He casually waved his sleeves, and the vines that were tightly binding Lu Hanyan instantly broke apart. All the restrictions along with the tree were turned to dust. Jian felt a headache as he looked at Zhongsho in his hand. Thinking about it, he tossed him to the side like he was tossing trash. Lu Hanyan was shocked as to why Jian would destroy the restrictions. When she saw the situation, she had no time to worry about herself. Her body flashed, and she caught Zhongsho's body. Then, she looked at Jian with annoyance. Saint Venerable, why are you doing this? What is the meaning of this? What else can it mean? Hanyan, you are lucky and gave birth to a good son. You have done well. The punishment hall was too careless when they punished you. A few days ago, Yin Yuan and I decided to exempt you from the remaining punishment. Jian broke into a laugh and stood with his hands behind his back. You have already served 20 years in this 8th layer. I will naturally compensate you. I only have one thing to ask you. Do you have any complaints about being locked up here? Lu Hanyan's brow furrowed. She was asking Jian why he treated Zhongsho like that. He obviously placed a lot of importance on him and even didn't care about the jade bone and spiritual marrow. However, he still tortured him like that. When she heard the latter half, she couldn't help but be moved. She was lucky and gave birth to a good son? What did that mean? The remaining 20 years of punishment were exempted, just like that? The person in front of her was an End Realm Saint Venerable, one of the most respected people in the Liu family. Naturally, he wouldn't speak carelessly. However, why was that? Hearing his tone, it seemed like she was able to escape because of Shoer. Then, there was a period of silence. To ask her if she had any complaints about the Liu family was really tough to answer. Indeed, there was. Back then, he had never thought that there would be such consequences. At that time, he was too young and naive. He thought that it was nothing more than a normal punishment. Never would he have thought that the result would be the joint attack of several monarchs and elders. He did hate him when he was trapped in the death jail. However, over the past few decades, he had become indifferent to it. The only person she felt sorry for was her grandfather, the current sky-burning Saint Emperor. Jian's smile widened. About 1,000 years ago, my Liu clan obtained a top-tier divine treasure. Although it didn't have the ability to split open the heavens and allow people to fuse with the Tao and achieve true reality. However, using the ability of this treasure, as long as Saint Realm cultivators had some ability, they could easily step into End Realm. For this item, my Liu family fought openly and secretly within the sky-burning holy dynasty for several generations. It wasn't until 30 years ago that we came to a conclusion. The three of us gradually became fond of your grandfather. Liu Hanyan's body trembled slightly, and she could not help but straighten her back. She stared at Jian in disbelief. However, there was a sudden change. There was the matter of you having a relationship with the Cloud World, mixed fox bloodline. At that time, country ruler Xianhua controlled the sky-burning punishment hall and was the first to cause problems. He said that your grandfather only had you as his only descendant, and that he had connections with other races, and that his bloodline wasn't pure. If he used the power of the god treasure to enter End Realm, then it wouldn't help our entire sky-burning Liu family bloodline. When this person started to cause trouble, 70% of the Saint Hall's country rulers and elders followed behind him. Everyone was furious, and even Saint Venerables like us had to follow his wishes in case the Liu family fell apart. Liu Hanyan's face alternated between green and white. She only knew that the situation of being sent to the 9 extreme death jail was a little weird. However, she didn't know that there was such a shocking matter within. This matter involved the battle for the End Realm position, so naturally they would fight to the death. It was already fortunate that the sky-burning Saint Emperor was able to escape unscathed. At that time, Beiwu had 2 choices. Before he reached End Realm, he would take in another concubine and use some yang essence to give birth to another child. He would just push back the time he stepped into End Realm by a few hundred years. However, your grandfather and your grandmother had always been in harmony with each other, and their relationship was very deep. Neither of them had ever considered this. There was another way, which was to force you to give up on that kid and marry someone else. Liu Hanyan gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Drops of fresh blood dripped from her hands. Liu Beiwu was the name of her grandfather, the current sky-burning Saint Emperor. She was really clear that from start to finish, the sky-burning Saint Emperor didn't force her at all. He was just like a giant tree that stood there quietly to block the rain for her. That grandfather of yours was a rather prideful person. At that time, he used the power in his hands to exchange for the support of a few elders to protect your life. Then, he went into secluded meditation and didn't ask about the Saint Dynasty matters. He backed out of the battle for the god treasure. Looking at his intentions, he didn't want to use external items to enter the End Realm. When he said this, Jian paused. Speaking of which, what happened that year was just too much of a coincidence. Thinking about it, there might have been some people who did things in the dark. Unfortunately, Beiwu, out of all the descendants, only he was the one I paid the most attention to. Liu Hanyan's eyes were filled with shock. Speaking of which, her relationship with Zhong Weiran was just a premeditated scheme? Then she shook her head firmly. She had deep feelings for Weiran. Weiran treated her the same way, no matter whether or not the two of them had any other intentions when they met. These feelings weren't fake. She also felt weird. Why would Jian mention such secrets in front of her for no reason? Then, she saw Jian give out a weird smile. At this moment, Beiwu shouldn't be in a good situation. He hasn't dealt with Saint Dynasty matters for decades and should have given up the Saint Emperor position. However, because the few of them still haven't decided on a winner, this matter has been dragging on. However, during these 20 years, although the Saint Dynasty battles have continued, there are people who want to change the Saint Emperor position. Your grandfather had many enemies in his life and was still able to threaten them when he was the emperor. Once he was no longer in his position, revenge was sure to follow. With his ability, even if he didn't fear it, he would be disturbed. He might not be able to have peace and prepare for the end realm tribulation. Then, let me ask you one more time. Are you willing to return to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty and help your grandfather? This matter is up to you and is also your own matter. As for what happens, it is up to you. That voice seemed to carry a magical power that went straight into Lu Hanyan's mind. Her eyes were filled with shock for a moment before she regained her calmness. 20 years ago, I implicated grandfather. Now, I can't be such a heartless and unfilial person. She was filled with melancholy. Originally, she wanted to search for her kid after she got out of jail. However, it was okay if she didn't know about her grandfather's situation. Since she knew about it now, how could she not care about herself? When Jian heard this, he laughed out loud, shaking 3,000 miles of the sky. He didn't hide his delight at all. Lu Hanyan was stunned. She didn't understand why Jian was like that. However, she heard that this Saint Venerable's personality was really weird and unpredictable. She had an idea. Jian mentioned her kid. So did he know where Shor was? She was released, and Jian's words had something to do with Zhongsho. However, Jian did not allow her to think any further. He directly used his will to grab Lu Hanyan's body. Since that is the case, then let's go. Coincidentally, I need to leave this 9 extreme death jail to avoid trouble, so I will send you back to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty. However, Lu Hanyan didn't follow what he wanted. She struggled and hugged Zhongsho, not letting go. Jian knew what she was thinking about. He flicked his finger, and 3 drops of jade liquid flew towards Zhongsho, who was still unconscious. There is no need to bring this kid away. This kid had other reasons to stay in the death prison for a few more days. You don't have to worry. I love him like a treasure, 1,000 times more than you. I won't let him get hurt here. Can you be at ease now? His eyes were filled with mocking intent, causing Lu Hanyan's face to turn red. She followed his instructions and placed Zhongsho down. This time, Zhongsho's injuries weren't heavy. However, Jian was willing to use 3 drops of Jadebone Spirit, returning marrow, to heal him. It seemed like he really loved him a lot. With these 3 drops entering his body, Zhongsho would probably be able to wake up in just a moment. After spending 10 days with him, Lu Hanyan knew that he had a few strong protector beasts protecting him and that he was safe. How could the sky-burning Lu family toss such a talented person here and not bother about him? She calmed down and followed Jian to leave the nether jail world. When the scenes in front of her changed and she stood in the star-fire dust formation, Lu Hanyan felt a sense of relief. She felt that the bone-scraping and soul-eating pain that was tormenting her had all disappeared. She felt like a huge burden had been lifted off her shoulders. All of a sudden, she felt a little uncomfortable. She looked forward with a complicated expression. She was delighted and eager, but also a little melancholy. Jian didn't care so much, bringing her and continuing to cross the air. Then, he stood quietly in the void, as if he was waiting for something. Lu Hanyan was filled with doubts, but she didn't dare to ask. A moment later, a flame suddenly appeared behind Jian and let out a bell-like chuckle. That person is here. 10 days, so punctual. Lu Hanyan was confused. That person? Who was that person? Jian's lips curled up in a mocking manner. As for the girl whose name was unknown, her eyes were filled with schadenfreude and pity. Moments later, a green-colored person stepped over from the distance. It was Tianqing Venerable. Looking at his appearance, Lu Hanyan was enlightened. He was one of the Saint Realm elders of the Lu family who was in charge of the death jail. What she didn't understand was why Jian and the teen had such an expression. Lu Tianqing walked over with a jade box in his hand. When he saw Lu Hanyan, he was also surprised. His eyes flashed with uneasiness and conjecture. Then, it returned back to normal and wasn't obvious at all. He walked in front of Jian and bowed, holding the jade box in front of him. I didn't disappoint the Holy Lord's trust, rushing here within 10 days. Chapter 946. I didn't let Saint Venerable down and rushed over within 10 days. While he spoke, Lu Tianqing's eyelids were slightly raised as he looked at Jian's expression. In the end, he was disappointed. Although this Saint Venerable was happy and furious, he didn't show it on his face. However, if one wanted to use that to deduce what he was thinking, it would be impossible. Thank you for your hard work. You didn't waste my time. Jian waved his sleeves and took the box. He opened it and smiled in satisfaction before tossing it into the hands of the girl in the red shirt. At this moment, Lu Tianqing glanced at Lu Hanyan. Saint Venerable, I remember that this girl is 20 years away from the end of her sentence. He really didn't understand why Jian would release her and bring her out of the jail. Was it because these words were both out of curiosity and also to test? When Jian heard this, he laughed coldly. Why? Could it be that this old man can't release a mere 20 years of imprisonment? Do I have to report such a small matter to you? Lu Tianqing's figure shuddered slightly. He could feel his soul being crushed into pieces. Being with an end realm Saint Venerable was the only thing he hated and felt really uneasy about. At this moment, he could only bow in fear. Naturally, I don't dare. That's good. Jian laughed and retracted the soul suppression. He then asked flatly, then, during these 10 days, have you thought it through? If you still know what is good for you, then you can forget about your junior's marriage. Help me tell Xianhua that I'm already a little impatient with what he has done in recent years. Lu Tianqing could only hear a dull thud in his mind. This Saint Venerable had a reason for sending him to get the Kangwu Saint fruit. Was he impatient with country ruler Xianhua because he colluded with outsiders and became friend with other race Saint Venerables? He felt a sense of relief in his chest. He had already guessed what the extreme flame Saint Venerable was planning. Speaking of which, Lu Tianqing glanced at Lu Hanyan from the corner of his eyes. He brought her out of the jail to help the sky-burning Saint Emperor who had been in secluded meditation for so long. Thinking about it for a moment, Lu Tianqing laughed coldly. He didn't have such plans, and most probably just wanted to use this to warn Xianhua. Otherwise, he would have brought Zhongshou along with him. This Saint Venerable had really ignored the affairs of the world for too long. He was actually stupid enough to use Liu Beiwu as a bargaining chip. 20 years ago, the Liu clan had a grudge with the Saint Emperor. There were more than 60 or 70 Saint Realm elders in the clan, which was 70% of the total. If this person made a comeback, who wouldn't be worried about the Saint Emperor's revenge? At that time, it would not only be a matter of Xianhua alone. The other people who were enemies of country master Xianhua would not be able to escape from this matter. Did this Saint Venerable really think that the Liu family was still in an era where the three end realms working together could control everything? The 8 country rulers all had the ability to go up against end realm experts. Not mentioning Yinyuan's Saint Venerable, the other Saint Venerable, the Liu family ancestor, might not agree with what Jian did. Then my daughter's marriage. Is that why the extreme flame Saint Master is dissatisfied with me? No wonder from then on, he felt that Julian's words and actions were a little weird. He was in charge of the death jail, and under his rule, he actually married someone he was unhappy with. Naturally, this Saint Venerable was unhappy. At this moment, everything was clear, and that uneasiness and annoyance retreated. He hesitated, and a moment later, he shook his head. Since the marriage has been decided, how can we go against it so easily? I will definitely pass your words to country Master Xianhua. Although this was a little risky, what he wanted was to increase his lifespan. It was best if his cultivation could improve. Jian couldn't give him all of this, but Xianhua could. Moreover, if he died, he would need someone to take care of the children and grandchildren he left behind. Extreme Flame Saint Venerable didn't do much, and Yinyuan Saint Venerable also slowly left the Saint dynasty. Because of Lu Hanyin and the Red Hummingbird matter, there were many grievances between them. On the contrary, Xuanhua's bloodline was really strong, and he was undoubtedly the top person in the Saint dynasty. Even if he couldn't become the Saint Emperor, the next Saint Emperor would definitely be in his hands. The three country rulers worked together and also had End Realm Saint Venerables helping. To him, they were in an undefeatable position. Even if Lu Hanyin's case was overturned, it wouldn't affect their foundations. Moreover, he and Xianhua had interests connected, and they were deeply connected. So how could they tear them apart? There were many things that Lu Tianqing would not be able to recover from once they were exposed. At this moment, he could only take the risk. Julian's expression changed, and his eyes instantly sunk as he looked coldly at Lu Tianqing. He smiled like he wasn't smiling, and killing intent exploded out, but he was suppressing it. A moment later, he opened his mouth, and his tone was as calm as ice. Lu Hanyin spent 24 years in the Nether Jail and was pecked by the Red Hummingbird. Her son is also serving time in the Death Jail. That can make up for her sins. When he said this, he said with deep meaning, "As for you, you didn't take good care of the Death Jail and mess with the law. I will inform the Saint Dynasty to remove you from your position as Death Jail Guardian. You can head to the Punishment Hall to accept your punishment." Lu Tianqing listened on quietly. His expression was really calm, and a mocking expression appeared in his eyes. This Saint Venerable was still worried and didn't immediately kill Lu Tianqing on the spot. It seemed like it wasn't a lie that country ruler Xianhua had an End Realm helper. They were far from falling out. Although Juyin was hostile, he didn't want to offend them. Although Juyin was hostile, Xuanhua's methods were also amazing, and he might be able to make this Saint Venerable change his mind. If the Punishment Hall accepted the punishment, even if the punishment was heavy, it wouldn't affect him at all. Xianhua had already informed him, and he would definitely have a way to deal with it. The current situation seemed dangerous, but it was actually safe. Lu Hanyin's body shook, and she looked towards Juyin in shock. His son was serving time in the death jail? What was the meaning of this sentence? Her chest was filled with anxiousness, and her heart was pounding. She didn't even think and directly asked, "What does Saint Venerable mean by saying that Hanyin's son is in the death jail?" Juyin laughed and didn't reply. Lu Tianqing's brow rose up, and then he smiled and shook his head. "Princess Hanyin, don't you know? Speaking of which, you met him 10 days ago. Who knows what happened during the 10 days that I left?" The moment he said this, Lu Hanyin felt dizzy, and then she came back to her senses. Like the evening drum and morning bell, it caused the knowledge barrier to collapse. "That's right. That child is my Hanyan's son. He also told me that he is called Zhongshou. Why didn't she notice at that time? That kid that Jian paid so much attention to, not hesitating to use the Jade Bone Spirit returning marrow to nurture his body. He was just a step away from awakening the Lu family bloodline. The teen who nearly used the world-burning flame to burn the entire Nether Jail world was her show. She first didn't dare to believe it. That child of hers had actually stepped into the immortal realm before the age of 30. He even charged into the 8th layer of the death jail alone to find her. She thought back to how Zhongshou tried to charge into the 9-layer abyss gate during these 10 days. Each time he returned covered in injuries, but he didn't give up. In the end, he even decided to fight to the death. He was suffering from the forbidden technique and was tortured by the blood spirit curse power, but he wasn't willing to give up. So, he went through so much trouble for her. Lu Hanyin couldn't help but grit her teeth. The emotions in her chest were indescribable. She was surprised and nearly crushed by this huge sense of happiness. She only felt that the torture she went through these 20 years wasn't much. For this kid, even if she was trapped for hundreds or thousands of years, she was willing. She was also filled with rage. She didn't care about his life at all. Even if she died, she wasn't willing to see her kid in such pain. She stared furiously at Juyin. Although she could see it, she couldn't know. Only this Juyin Saint Venerable had such methods. She also understood that today's matter was indeed caused by her child. Poor Shou was going to be dragged into the sky-burning Lu family quagmire and couldn't break free. Jian seemed to have a plan. As for Lu Tianqing, he didn't know anything about Zhong Shou awakening the Lu family peak bloodline and his world-burning blood eyes. Thinking back to when Jian left, he said that he wanted to leave the death jail to avoid calamity. She instantly understood. The laws in the 9 extreme death jail were firm, but only the sky-burning flame wasn't restricted. Instead, it was greatly strengthened. It had the ability to restrict the various Daos and laws. As for the world-burning flame, its grade was even higher. Once it exploded out, it would definitely burn the 9 jail world. Who knows what happened to the other 8 jades? The death jail world would most probably be destroyed. If the Lu family didn't want this rare chance to evolve their bloodline, they wouldn't stop. Not only would they not be able to suppress it, but they would also be happy to see it. Then, this Tianqing venerable who guarded the death jail, stunned, Lu Hanyin still didn't dare to believe her conjecture. However, the schadenfreude in the girl's eyes and Julian's mocking expression didn't seem fake. You talk too much. Julian waved his sleeves unhappily. You can leave now. Don't regret your choice in the future. Lu Tianqing's eyes were cold and mocking. He said that it was a choice, but where did he have the ability to choose? He didn't say anything more, bowing once more towards Jian and saying, Saint Venerable, please forgive me. Then, he continued to step into the air towards the 9 extreme death jail, before Jian informed the Saint dynasty to remove him from his post. He was still the death jail guardian and had the role of a guard. However, just as he was a few steps away, he heard Jian's voice spread over. Zhong Shou, help me take care of this kid. I hope that he is safe in the death jail and his life is not in danger. Lu Tianqing's body paused, his brow furrowed as he entered deep thought. Then he shook his head. He had expected all of this. The only thing he didn't expect was that Xian Huayin's act of inviting Saint Venerables would anger this extreme flame Saint Venerable. Not only did he not kill Zhong Shou and Han Yin, but he also gave Liu Beiwu a chance to turn the situation around. His heart calmed down. Although this matter didn't go as he wished, it was still solved. Without any hesitation, he broke open the void and stepped into the 8th layer of the 9 extreme death jail. The moment he entered the jail, Lu Tianqing was startled. Chapter 947. The sky of Nether Jail was always a deathly gray color. There was also a layer of dark clouds that never dissipated which covered the sky. The entire world was as dark as night during the day. Death energy spread about. It was really dark and sinister. However, at this moment, one couldn't see the black cloud layer in the sky. The sky was clear, and the blazing sun hung high up in the sky. One couldn't sense much energy around. How did this happen? What kind of unforeseen event happened in the 10 days that he was gone? Lu Tianqing was startled for a moment before he came back to his senses. He instinctively looked in the direction of Nether Jail. That formless god demon was no longer there, nowhere to be seen. The black mist that spread hundreds of miles was also nowhere to be seen. This made him even more confused. With a flash, Lu Tianqing was beside the abyss gate. Then he looked around in deep thought. This place seemed to have been burned by some kind of flame, turning hundreds of miles around into a white land. The ground beneath his feet was formed from magma. It actually melted the tens of thousands of feet underground. Sensing carefully, Lu Tianqing was even more shocked. He only felt that the laws of this region and the restrictions of the death jail were loosening. It seemed like not long ago, it was struck by a huge external force. Is it really Jian? If a Saint Venerable acted, naturally it wouldn't be difficult. However, why did this old ancestor Jian do that? He couldn't have been bored. In the end, Lu Tianqing's eyes landed on Zhong Shou, who was lying beside a demon tree a few hundred miles away. After not meeting for 10 days, the feeling that this kid gave him was a little different. His aura was retracted. It was perfect and didn't leak out. However, for some reason, it gave one a violent feeling. It made one's heart jump and feel uneasy. Lu Tianqing frowned teleporting and instantly flashing over. He had a complicated expression as he looked at the teen under the tree. Then, Zhongsho's eyelids twitched like he was about to open his eyes. He woke up. The moment such a thought flashed across Lu Tianqing's mind, he was attracted by Zhongsho's eyes, only to see that his eyes were blood red, like blood jade, extremely pure and without any impurities. His eyes were really deep, causing his spiritual sense to nearly sink in. What a pair of bewitching eyes! Lu Tianqing took a deep breath to calm himself down, following which he felt weird. Why did Zhongsho's eyes become like that? He remembered that before he left, it had not been like this. That pair of blood-red eyes seemed familiar. He only felt the blood and qi in his body surging. He even had the urge to kowtow and submit in front of this youth. His heart pounded like a drum. His eyes also felt slightly itchy. But why was that? While Lu Tianqing was deep in thought, Zhongsho gradually regained consciousness. His dazed eyes regained their focus. The intense pain in his eyes had actually disappeared. His eyes were able to see again. The barrier that had blocked the blood spirit curse for a long time also disappeared. However, all of a sudden, he couldn't sense anything wrong with his eyes. It was just that he could see things more clearly than before. Within 100 miles, the dust particles, and even the internal structure. There was no need to infuse magic power into his eyes to see it clearly. He could even sense all the spiritual energy changes around. However, at this moment, what Zhongsho cared about the most wasn't his eyes. It was Jian and the abyss gate that entered the 9th layer. Looking out, the abyss gate was still there, but Jian was nowhere to be seen. He instinctively looked towards the demon tree, only to see that the girl whose name he couldn't remember was gone. There was no one under the tree. Zhongsho instantly felt his heart empty, like someone had dug out a piece of it, making him feel really uncomfortable. Apart from feeling disappointed, he was also worried. Who knew where that girl went, and how was she now? Didn't she say that she would wait here for 20 years before leaving the death jail? Why was she nowhere to be seen? Checking his body, his meridians, body, and bloodline were all perfect, as usual. Even his physical body strength seemed to have become much stronger. Zhongsho shook his head, and his eyes landed on the red-robed old man opposite him. Saint Realm, another expert that he couldn't go up against. Actually, to him, Saint Realm and End Realm were the same. There was no difference. With just one finger, they could easily crush him. Who are you? He wasn't interested in this person's identity. He just wanted to know whether or not this person would stop him from entering the death jail. Lu Tianqing. Speaking of which, I am your ancestor. Lu Tianqing paused. Just looking at Zhongsho's cold gaze, he knew that this kid had no respect for the so-called Lu family elders. Lu Tianqing wasn't angry, but laughed instead. This kid's attitude was what he wanted. You're the one behind all of this? Jian had already left, and the only one he could ask was this teen. Zhongsho looked around when he heard this. He was also shocked by the changes here. In the end, he shook his head at a loss. Me and Jian Saint Venerable. He roughly remembered everything that happened before he fainted. The destruction of the black fog here seemed to have something to do with him. However, how could Zhongsho have such ability? It wasn't wrong to say that he and Jian Saint Venerable worked together. Lu Tianqing understood. Although he didn't know the exact situation, as expected, it was done by Jian Saint Venerable. Naturally, he neglected Zhongsho, a junior who just entered Celestial Realm. No matter how talented he was, he needed time to accumulate such ability. However, thinking about this kid's talent, he felt terrified. As long as this teen didn't die, sooner or later, he would climb up and stand at the peak. He was a huge problem. Killing intent rose up, but when he thought about Jian's words, he suppressed it. Zhongsho didn't sense anything and hesitated. Jian Saint Venerable and I have an agreement that if I can beat his essence blood incarnation, then I will forgive him. My mother can be absolved of her crime and be exempted from the remaining punishment. Jian had already said that he wanted to go back on his words, but Zhongsho still had hope. An End Realm Saint Venerable couldn't go back on his words and not care about his face. Even if that was the case, he would announce it and let everyone know how shameless Juyin was. However, when he said this, Lu Tianqing's eyes were stunned. Beating Juyin's essence blood incarnation and Lu Hanyan would be punished? Was that true? Hearing Zhongsho's words, he actually won? An end realm venerable. Even a drop of essence blood was a 10,000th of his strength. It was comparable to an initial god realm cultivator, with his tens of thousands of years of attainments in the martial path. How could he lose? Even if they were of the same grade, dozens of god realm venerables working together might not be his match. However, what if it was really as the teen said? Then what would happen? Terrifying. A deep layer of fear spread throughout Lu Tianqing's body. His eyes were filled with fear. If he gave the person in front of him a few hundred more years, no one in the entire Lu family would be able to stop him. Country ruler Xuanhua's position seemed stable, but in front of this kid, he was like a city made of sand that would fall with one push. At this moment, he was far weaker than them, but his future prospects were immeasurable. All of a sudden, Lu Tianqing felt his chest turn extremely cold. The extreme flame, Saint Venerable, sent him away for 10 days to test the limits of Zhongsho's potential. He probably knew that this kid's talent was hard to come by, which was why he wanted to mend the relationship with the sky-burning Saint Emperor. At this moment, he was probably still hesitating. On one side, he controlled a small half of the Lu family and had the ability to split up the sky-burning Lu family. On the other side, he had unlimited potential, but whether or not he would be able to enter the Saint realm was still hard to predict. All of a sudden, the killing intent rose up once more. There was a strong and indescribable impulse to destroy this young man. Even if Jian said it, it was tough to suppress it. Zhongshoxin sensed something and frowned. Who knows if it was because of the bloodline mutation, but he was really sensitive to the thoughts of others. Each time the person in front of him spoke, he could pretty much predict a portion of what he was thinking. He already had killing intent towards him twice, each time deeper than the last. His blood eyes flashed, and he was really wary. Lu Tianqing smiled. Your mother? Is it Lu Hanyan? Not long ago, she was trapped under this tree. You should have seen her a few times here. Didn't the extreme flame, Saint Venerable, keep his promise? That really is the case. Not long ago, the extreme flame, Saint Venerable, moved your mother to the 9th layer. He said that she contacted outsiders to try to escape. He didn't know what he was thinking, but since Lu Yunj said that he wanted this Zhongsho to be tortured to death, then he would follow his orders. Then, according to what he said, it would be best if this kid could die with grievances. Whilst he spoke, he slapped out a golden flying shuttle which sped into the distance. The Saint Dynasty's sound transmission formation wasn't the only way to contact Xianhua. This flying shuttle could instantly spread to billions of worlds. He only had one in his hand. He would definitely have to pay a huge price for today's matter. However, Xianhua had to go all out for him. Zhongsho was still in a daze like he was still in shock. Lu Tianqing laughed coldly when he saw that. This was within his expectations. He knew that the woman was actually his mother. He risked his life to search for her, but in the end, he couldn't recognize her. Anyone would have such an expression. Lu Tianqing raised his hand, and a small bug that was yellow, purple, and green appeared in his hand. It was what Lu Yunj mentioned, the three spirits' corpse asking Gu. However, he felt that it wasn't appropriate and kept it. He took out another item and held it in his hand. It was a transparent bug shadow that only showed signs of itself when Lu Tianqing injected true qi in. Although it could make one feel extreme pain and cause one's vital energy to disappear, it was tough to hide from others. This invisible god-swallowing silk was a natural variant from the 9 extreme death jail and was a type of goo. Although it was slow, it was invisible and invisible. Even end-realm Saint Venerables wouldn't be able to sense it. After a period of time, one would be able to get rid of suspicion. After a slight hesitation, Lu Tianqing inserted a few seals into it. Although he was always hesitant and was famous for being slippery, he knew when to give up. Although the price of killing this kid was huge, he could only do so. If he dragged this out, things would only change. He might as well end the extreme flame Saint Venerable's hopes right from the start. With a thought, the invisible god swallowing silk turned into a silver thread that pierced right at Zhongsho's brain. However, at this moment, Lu Tianqing's expression changed. He felt a blazing flame erupt from Zhongsho's body. Scarlet flames spread out in an instant. Lu Tianqing was caught off guard, and half of his body's energy was burned away. He was stunned, and then his face turned ashen white. This was obviously the world-burning flame. How is that possible? Chapter 948. At this moment, Zhongsho only felt dizzy and heavy in his mind. When Lu Tianqing said those words, the barriers in his mind were broken. Everything that happened during those 10 days surged into his mind. Mother, Lu Hanyin. So, she was right in front of him. She took care of him during those 10 days, treating his injuries and worrying for him. Zhongsho wasn't furious right away. Instead, he felt an indescribable joy and warmth in his chest. He had seen her long ago. So, it was her. How great. No wonder he couldn't bear to part with her when they were so close. After such a thought, the last few words from Lu Tianqing flashed across his mind. His mother was sent to the 9th layer by Lu Juyan. She contacted outsiders to try to escape. Was it because of him? Then he came back to his senses. No, if Juyan wanted to do that, he wouldn't have spent so much effort. For some reason, his thoughts were as clear as a mirror. Every time the blood in his body started to pulse, he could vaguely see Lu Tianqing's thoughts. Although he knew that this person's words weren't true and that he had ulterior motives, Zhongsho still felt that the rage in his heart couldn't be vented. Extremely fierce and violent thoughts gathered in his chest, like a sword stabbing deep into his heart. Demon tree binding, absorbing true essence and vital energy. The death jail forbidden technique caused even if one became a piece of trash with no thoughts, one would still have to suffer from that bone-piercing pain. The death energy caused his mother to spend 10 years of her lifespan in this death jail for a year. There were also those red-phone birds, millions of beasts that pecked and ate her flesh and blood. The pain was no less than that of the death jail forbidden technique, no different from being cut into pieces. She was just sleeping with someone from the outside race. To the Lu family, even if she was guilty, she shouldn't be punished in such a cruel manner. How dare they do that? How dare they do that? Something seemed to explode in his mind. Zhongsho's mind nearly went out of control. That pair of blood-colored eyes also exploded with light. Countless runes flashed once again. They were colorful and dazzling to the eyes. Clumps of crimson flames spread out with a loud boom, instantly covering 1,000 miles. Using the void as carbon, he burned the world. The depths of his eyes regained some clarity. Zhongsho looked in front of him again and saw a thin silver line hanging in front of him. It was originally invisible and formless, but it was forced out by the red flames. It seemed to be controlled by someone, but at the same time, it was afraid of something. It coiled around 7 chi in front of his forehead, not daring to get any closer. Gooworm? Slightly confused, Zhongsho Xin suddenly came to his senses. Not only was it a goo, it was fatal. Did he want to take Zhongsho's life? Did he want him dead? His heart became more and more furious. A blood light flashed in his eyes, like a black and white whirlpool appeared in the depths of his eyes. Then, the body of the invisible goo was forcibly twisted by an enormous force, and was forcibly twisted into a fried dough twist. Die! With a thought from Zhongsho, the invisible goo exploded. Pieces of flesh and blood scattered in all directions. Then, he was burned to ashes by the crimson flames. At this moment, Lu Tianqing's face was twisted and his hands were trembling. His eyes were in a daze as he looked at the pair of red eyes opposite him. World-burning flame? World-burning blood eye? How is that possible? That's impossible. Lu Tianqing muttered under his breath. His eyes narrowed abruptly. No, it wasn't just the world-burning blood eye. It also merged with others. Several bloodline powers, no weaker than the sky-burning Lu family, were merged into it. Could it be that he was hallucinating? The mutation wasn't complete, but just the eye light was able to destroy the god-swallowing thread that was comparable to an initial god realm cultivator. How is this just the Lu family's world-burning blood eye? However, there was one thing that was without a doubt. The kid in front of him had the top bloodline of their sky-burning Lu family. He could only look up to him and was only weaker than a few End Realm Saint Venerables. He was the only pure blood in the Lu family. His heart was filled with endless fear and confusion. How is this possible? Wasn't Zhongsho's father from the seven-tail fox race? That year, he personally made the arrangements. That Zhong Weiran was indeed an exceptional person. Otherwise, Lu Hanyin wouldn't have fallen in love with him and given up everything. However, it was also true that this person's bloodline had deteriorated. Why was this Zhongsho able to create the world-burning blood that their Lu family hadn't seen in a long time? Dual meridian body, remnant soul, and body. It was already a miracle for him to be able to cultivate to such a realm. Why did this kid have the world-burning eye? Why did the heavens treat him so well? After dealing with that bug, Zhongsho turned his gaze towards Lu Tianqing. Each time his bloodline moved, he would be able to obtain some information from his soul. This was why he was able to easily identify the owner of the invisible god-swallowing thread. 20 years ago, he was the one who schemed against his mother. He didn't know the exact reason, but it didn't stop the rage in Zhong Shaxin's heart. At this moment, even if he used up all the water in the world, he wouldn't be able to extinguish the rage in his chest. The light in his eyes changed once more and locked onto Lu Tianqing. Millions of runes spread out from his eyes and gathered at extreme speed. This person had died too. Lu Tianqing instantly sensed it, only feeling a flood-like killing intent slashing into his soul like a blade. There was also an aura pressing down on his body. His limbs were all twisted and pulled by a power. He was stunned at first and then came back to his senses. Not only did this kid want to kill him, he also wanted him to kneel down in front of him. At first, he found it amusing. This Zhongsho really didn't know his place. With just this celestial realm, world, burning blood, did he want to kill a Saint Venerable like him? However, Lu Tianqing's expression changed immediately. His face turned pale. This kid couldn't do anything to him, but if he wanted to, he would definitely want to take his life. If that was the case, then half of the elders in the sky-burning Saint dynasty would be willing to help him, either to resolve grievances or to form a good relationship with this future Saint Venerable who was destined to be the Lu family. He was the top prince of the sky-burning Saint dynasty, the sky-burning Saint Emperor dozens of years later. With his celestial realm body and grasping the world-burning blood eye, he wouldn't be unable to take the bloodline power and would die early. For this person, what was Lu Tianqing? He was just a Saint Realm cultivator whose combat strength was at the bottom. Young master, I didn't want that to happen. I was forced by someone. It was that Xianhua. His heart was filled with fear, and he slowly panicked. He didn't pay attention to controlling his body and was pressed down by a power, causing his body to shrink down. He knelt down on one knee in front of Zhongsho. That power came from his bloodline and wasn't strong at all. However, there was an irresistible majesty that made him feel fearful and fearful, like he was born above him and looked down on him. His chi and blood were also boiling in his body. His limbs and bones, the sky-burning blood was being refined and purified once more. This was the bloodline retracing which had already benefited his body. However, at this moment, Lu Tianqing didn't feel any joy at all. He only felt that each part of his body was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Xianhua tempted me. I couldn't control my body, and my mind was blinded. Young master, please show mercy. Halfway through his words, Lu Tianqing was startled. How did this happen? Why did he think about begging Zhongsho? After all, he was a Saint Realm Venerable. Where was his dignity? Wouldn't he be a joke if he begged for pity from backup? He bit the tip of his tongue. Under the intense pain, Lu Tianqing felt the chaotic thoughts and fear in his heart recede like a wave. As expected, It was an illusionary technique that directly attacked the mind. While he was shocked and at a loss, Zhongsho's blood unknowingly affected his mind. That's right. Zhongsho himself had the nine-tailed sky fox bloodline. It seemed like the illusionary technique ability was also merged into the blood eye ability. He became even more wary. However, if these words could obtain the forgiveness of the Crown Prince, then it was worth it. However, when he looked out, his chest sank once more. Samurai was looking down on him expressionlessly. There was only one meaning in his eyes. Die, die, die for me. A sharp killing intent filled his mind. Lu Tianqing was first disappointed, and then he was furious. This kid actually dared to do that. But before he could do anything, he sensed something and looked around. However, apart from the red flames, there were numerous invisible flames burning in each space gap. It caused the source of heaven and earth to tremble. Many laws were collapsing. It caused the ground beneath his feet to tremble. What was he doing? All right, how did he forget that the world-burning flame could burn the world? Although Zhongsho was only celestial realm, he had the top sky-burning bloodline. Once it exploded out, it was enough to totally destroy this nether jail. If it was more serious, it could even spread to the other 8 death jails. As a death jail guard, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment. If it was any other time, then it was still okay. However, not long ago, he offended Juyin. The Liu family pure blood Zhongzi in front of him, the top crown prince, hated him to the bone. If he attacked him for this crime, he wouldn't be able to escape death and would definitely die. Stop! Stop! Zhongsho, do you hear me? Stop right there. Stop! The vast power of a Saint Realm cultivator crazily spread out in the nether jail. He went all out to maintain this world, which was being smashed by the world-burning flame. At the start, Zhongsho didn't understand what was going on. Moments later, he noticed that there was something wrong with the surroundings. Like those 2 times before he fainted when the pain in his eyes disappeared. Looking around, Zhongsho understood. So, this nether jail was on the verge of collapsing. It was also because of the rootless flames that came from him. Just now, how did Lu Tianqing call them? Right, it was the world-burning flame. Zhongsho laughed out loud, his voice filled with disdain. So what if this nether jail world was destroyed? What did it have to do with Zhongsho? This place tortured his mother for a full 20 years. He really wanted to personally destroy it. It was good that it was destroyed. The moment such a thought rose up, the unfairness in his chest, the vengeful energy all seemed to have a place to vent. The runes flashing in his blood, eyes instantly condensed, forming into a really mysterious word. It was like water, like fire, like lightning, like illusionary, but it also contained the power of end. Vaguely, it was the word Tao. In the next instance, there were several cracking sounds. The entire nether jail world started to break apart like glass. World burning eye formed. Chapter 949. The invisible flame spread across the entire space. To think that the fire has already reached here, outside of the void, the teen in red looked forward with a calm and judging gaze. This place was several worlds away from the 9 extreme death jail. Strictly speaking, they weren't on the same space level. However, right in front of her eyes, she could see that the space barrier was twisted and broken. If it was like that here, then one could imagine what it would be like in the 9 extreme death jail. It really is the world-burning blood world-burning true flame. This bloodline power is so strong. The teen exclaimed. It sounded like she was praising. However, her tone was filled with melancholy. As she spoke, crimson flames began to burn all around her. She had the body of a phoenix, but the intensity of the flames exceeded the flames that she usually controlled. It was due to the bloodline retracing that was activated. Only then could she go up against the world-burning true flame. That Tianqing Venerable must be having a tough time holding on. However, he deserves it. Invisible god swallowing silk, he really is bold. You don't even care about what Jian said. After she said this, the teen in red noticed that the person beside her wasn't listening at all. She turned around and saw that there was a flame burning in Jian's hand. It jumped and changed, turning into the shape of a wheel that spun in his hand. On the wheel, there were many laws that cycled endlessly. At this moment, Jian's attention was focused on the wheel. A glow flashed in the teen's eyes, and then her lips curled up in disdain. Relying on the world-burning true flame and using your heaven pivot reincarnation technique, you finally mastered this divine ability. Should I congratulate you? Shouldn't I? Only then did Jian come back to his senses. When he heard this, his smile was extremely bright. Thanks to him, this time, I've saved 1,000 years of hard work. My bloodline is a step closer to that person. Maybe one day I'll be able to break free from this world-burning blood. However, in terms of benefits, how is what you have gained today small? When he said this, the girl named Huang smiled with narrowed eyes. Even through a layer, the improvement of his natural flame ability was visible to the naked eye. Jian clenched his right fist and extinguished the flame wheel in his hand. It's not that he's brave, and it's not that he doesn't take my words to heart. It's just that he doesn't have a choice. I didn't think that Lu Tianqing would be the one behind what happened to Lu Hanyan 20 years ago. After doing so much for Xianhua, he was willing to leave the Saint dynasty to guard the death jail. This person is really good at enduring. When she heard those words, a bright glow appeared in the eyes of the girl in red. Then he asked curiously, "Then, are we just going to watch?" Lu Tianqing was a decisive person and would not sit still and wait for death. At this point, they can do anything. Lu Hanyan clenched her teeth. He bore with the sky-burning blood in his body. His pulse pulsed. It was continuously refined and purified. Countless bloodline seals were broken one by one. Zhongshou had advanced to the peak bloodline of the sky-burning Lu family. At this moment, the one who benefited the most was Zhongshou's mother. However, at this moment, it was the hardest for her. However, when she heard the conversation between the two of them, she couldn't help but be slightly distracted. Her expression was one of loss. So, everything that happened 20 years ago wasn't a coincidence. The person behind the scenes was actually the death jail guardian Tianqing Venerable. Her heart surged, and then she started to worry for Zhongshou. Hearing the words of the two of them, Zhongshou was in a bad situation. Before this, Lu Tianqing was willing to take the risk of offending the extreme flame Saint Venerable to use the invisible god-swallowing silk to plot against Zhongshou. Then, at this moment, when he was in despair, he would most probably use the most extreme methods. Even if he knew that Zhongshou was extremely important to the sky-burning Lu family, Jian definitely wouldn't sit still and do nothing. However, if he didn't see the outcome, he wouldn't be at ease. Yin Yuan arrived long ago, so why we need to worry about this matter? Jian laughed. His expression was indiscernible. Even if Yin Yuan doesn't attack, there is still another end realm. Apart from that, there is also that person who is not bad. How can he allow Lu Tianqing to act so arrogantly? No matter what, this person will definitely die. The teen in the red shirt was stunned. She knew that Yin Yuan's Saint Venerable was nearby a few days ago. There was also that person who rushed over with Zhongshou. Based on what Jian said, he had end-realm strength but didn't have Saint Venerable strength. However, who was the last person that Jian mentioned? Why didn't she know anything and couldn't sense anything? She shook her head and laughed at Lu Tianqing, who was about to die but still didn't know. However, it is a little problematic to clean up this matter. Seeming to have thought of something, Jian rubbed his temples with a headache. The nether jail collapsed, and the entire death jail restrictions were damaged. There were at least 800 deity realm cultivators trapped in the 8th level of the prison, if not 1,000. If all of them escaped, and he wanted to capture them, even as an end realm Saint Venerable, he wasn't confident in succeeding. There was also the 9th layer, the true death jail. The few Saint realm cultivators who gave him a headache would probably try their best to escape. He couldn't help but look towards the void helplessly. If he wanted to clean up this matter, he might have to work with that person. The teen in the red shirt couldn't help but laugh and gloat. He is clearly your junior. but you two are like fire and water. This is your fault, Julian. However, instead of worrying about the death jail, why don't you think about how to deal with the Saint Dynasty? Julian felt a throbbing pain in his head. Thinking about how chaotic the sky-burning Saint Dynasty was, his scalp felt numb. However, at this moment, Zhongsho's name was in the Liu family direct bloodline register and on the sky-burning tablet. He couldn't hide this matter even if he wanted to. The sky-burning tablet was one of the foundations of the sky-burning Liu family, the family-protecting treasure. He couldn't easily control it. To suppress it, he still needed to work with that fellow. He couldn't help but stare at the teen beside him in annoyance. Grumbling made him think about this annoying matter. Then, he sensed something and turned around to look. Then he smiled. "Hanyan, do you hate me and blame me?" Liu Hanyan bit her lips and thought about it for a moment. She nodded her head. "Saint Venerable wants me to return to the Saint Dynasty to threaten Shoer to return to the Liu family and take over the sky-burning Saint Dynasty?" Liu Jian didn't deny it and just said flatly, "He is from the Liu family and is the rightful top prince, our Liu family prince. How can he return? I also said that it is up to you whether or not you want to return." Liu Hanyan's eyes opened slightly, and then she gave out a bitter smile. Up to her, since he knew about her stubbornness 20 years ago. She caused her grandfather to lose the chance to step into the end realm and fall into such a bad situation. If she still had some filial piety, she needed to return to the Saint Dynasty. Even if she couldn't help her grandfather take back everything he lost, she had to try her best to compensate him. If not, no matter where she went, this guilt would follow her for the rest of her life. After 20 years of being a death jail prisoner, she felt that her grandfather, who was high up in the air, was really close to her. She had no choice at all. "You aren't willing to leave? If you don't say anything, I will take it as you admitting it." Jian mocked without any fear. He reached out and grabbed Liu Hanyan in front of him. "Are you worried about your Zhongsho? I will let you see what the world-burning eye is like." A vast wave of true power suddenly poured down from the top of Liu Hanyan's head and gathered in her eyes. Then, what she saw wasn't the scenery of the void. It actually displayed all the scenes in the several space-time layers in Liu Hanyan's vision. The amount of information in that instant almost caused one sea of consciousness to explode. Moments later, Liu Hanyan signaled over. When she looked closely, her body shook and her eyes were filled with shock, only to see that the 9-layer death jail was like a tapered tower. At this moment, the invisible flame was burning at the base of the tower, piercing through several layers of worlds. All the natural variants and cultivators were running for their lives in fear, using the power of the void as fuel, attacking from the source to destroy everything. It was really majestic. Although the flame was formless and formless, it was thousands of times more terrifying than a true flame. At this moment, the 8th layer was just a step away from breaking. As for the other few levels, they were on the verge of collapsing. Liu Hanyan's pupils constricted, and she nearly lost her mind. This was done by Showa. This was the world-burning blood eye. World-burning true flame can burn worlds. All of the space-time barriers were useless in front of it. All void abilities have to bow down to it. If your kid can step into the Saint Realm, the strength of this flame can increase by 10 times. No one will be able to stop him when he leads the army. He can unify 10,000 worlds. Julian said casually, "How can we give up on him so easily? How can we not do anything for him?" Just as Liu Hanyan was in deep thought when she witnessed the 9 hell flame calamity. In the void, just a few worlds away from the 9 extreme death jail, a huge ship was floating in the air. It was the Extreme Light Adversity Crossing Boat. When Zhongsho entered the 9 extreme death jail, he left this celestial treasure and the Juntian celestial manor behind. At this moment, Lin Xuanchuang was standing at the head of the giant ship. The void storm surged, causing her clothes to flutter without any wind, making her look like a celestial. As for the giant boat, it was swaying unceasingly. However, this place was still okay. With Lin Xuanchuang suppressing, it was barely calm. However, around this place there was a storm. Large amounts of space spiritual energy surged about. Burned by the invisible flames, many of the laws of the void began to crumble and disintegrate. It caused this place to lose all order and become more and more chaotic. This is the Lu family world burning blood eye. The peak world burning blood? I have really seen it. Lin Xuanchuang looked on quietly and then asked Jingyin, "Are you thinking that I, Lin Xuanchuang, am throwing a meat bun to a dog or sending a sheep into the mouth of a tiger?" Chapter 950. Are you thinking that I, Lin Xuanchuang, am sending a meat bun to a dog, or am I sending a sheep into the mouth of a tiger? Jingyin's eyes were innocent and pitiful as she looked at the person beside her. She thought to herself, when did she even think about all this? He was only curious as to why this soul-stirring commotion had occurred. Also, what was going on with Zhongsho? Was that not okay? However, for some reason, she felt a huge headache and panic. Lin Xuanchuang didn't care and scoffed coldly. Your true spirit innate intelligence is about to fully awaken. Do you really think I don't know? You must be having a headache. If this person enters the sky-burning Lu family, your Buddhist faction's chances will become slimmer and slimmer. You're also finding it weird that you didn't hide such a treasure and instead threw him into the mouth of the Lu family. Jingyin, you have miscalculated, right? Jingyin shook her head. She really didn't think so much about it. She was just a normal Buddhist disciple. How to convert the unlimited beginning and end Buddha was something the few Buddhist ancestors should consider. It had nothing to do with her. Lin Xuanchuang didn't say anything and just looked into the distance. How would she not know the value of Zhongsho? How could she not guess the reactions of the few end realm saint venerables of the sky-burning Lu family? However, how could she stop them? In the future, if Zhongsho stepped into the peak of End Realm, he would be able to see through everything. Then, she definitely wouldn't be able to hide her selfishness from her disciple. She could only go all out and help him and then allow him to make a choice. Even if Zhongsho didn't choose Cang Xingdao, she wouldn't regret it. In that case, she would never regret it. Shizi's wish was for everyone to be equal and for the nobles to be equal. All living beings in the world would have land to farm, a place to live, and be able to live in peace. This Cang Xingdao was built by Shizi with many people who had the same goal as him. It was a tool to achieve equality. In other words, as long as it was an equal world, it could be achieved. In that case, the strength of Cang Xingdao, or even the continuation of his legacy, was not important. That child was also worthy of her expectations. He was the Saint King of this world. He was someone who possessed the sacred white monarch aura. The way he governed the country was in accordance with the will of the heavens, and he never owed the people anything. Prince of the Lu clan, the world-burning blood? If he really wanted to inherit the sky-burning saint dynasty, then so be it. It is the blessing of the people of the 800 worlds. Lin Xuanchuang calmly looked in the direction of the 9 extreme death prison. The Aurora Adversity crossing boat instantly moved through the void and quietly glided into the distance. At this moment, the nether prison was about to collapse. The space-time storm would definitely affect the surrounding dozens of worlds. However, she wasn't using the extreme light adversity overcoming boat to escape. She was using it to leave. The matter of Zhongsho entering the death prison to search for his mother was over. There was no danger to his life for the time being. In that case, her master's promise could be considered fulfilled. At this point, it was time to deal with his personal affairs. The most important thing now was to try to recover his cultivation and strength in the shortest amount of time. If what she expected was right, within the cloud world, within the common people's vast habitat, there would definitely be an intense battle. As for Jingyin, it was too dangerous to leave her by Zhongsho's side, so it was best to bring her along. Just as he was thinking about this, a golden light suddenly pierced through the void and arrived. It seemed like it was also exhausted, swaying about in the intense space-time storm. Lin Xuanchuang's eyes squinted, reaching out and grabbing it. It was the Mahis golden void feather sparrow. However, This item came from within the common people's vast habitat. Even if she had fallen for thousands of years, she still had many old friends and subordinates within Tsang Xingdao. After luckily going through the tribulation and rebuilding her body, she knew everything within Tsang Xingdao like the back of her hand. There was only one jade letter in the stomach of the void feather sparrow. Lin Xuanchuang took it in her hands, and in just a moment, a cold smile appeared on her face. Suisuer, I really don't know what to say about you. Your calculations were really good, causing Long Ying to become a saint, and he owes you a favor. Also, Sister Yuan Jing took the shortcut to become that end realm Saint Venerable. You used all sorts of methods to split the Taoist faction. A book of universe caused the various factions of the cloud world to be distracted and go all out to snatch it. You thought that you were already prepared and that there would be no danger. However, that Qing Xian has been waiting for you for thousands of years. This person was able to cause Shi Zi to die. So how could his methods only be limited to this? Everything that happened before was just him acting weak to make you feel lucky. Sighing slightly, Lin Xuanchuang had a complicated expression on her face. Wei Su was the most talented out of all of Shi Zi's disciples, and his personality was the most similar to his master's. However, although this disciple of hers was always flawless, his weakness was the same as his master's, that he was prideful. If he was willing to bear with it and delay it for dozens of years, when the various factions fought and were at a stalemate, he would definitely step in an end realm. However, with Wei Su's personality, he definitely wouldn't let go of Tsang Xingdao's chance to revive. He would definitely take the risk and try when the cloud world's spiritual wave rose. Tsang Xingdao was able to go all out against the various factions and not just stand by and do nothing. However, his actions were exactly what the few Taoist ancestors wanted. This was why she wasn't willing to tell Tsang Xingdao that she had reformed her body and had broken free. Even a wise person would make mistakes. Wei Su's plans couldn't include her, so naturally, he would be more careful and try to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Similarly, her presence would also be the blind spot of the enemy. She would stay out of this matter and look on from the side. At the crucial moment, she might be able to help Wei Su. However, with her body that hadn't recovered, how much could she do? Zhongshou that kid was not bad, but unfortunately, she revived too late. If she wasn't careful, Tsang Xingdao would really be in danger of being wiped out. If Zhongshou was in the sky-burning Lu family, he might be able to avoid this calamity. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty. Lin Xuanchuang was startled. A message from the jade slip suddenly flashed in her mind. I have laid out the soul refining sword formation to defend the common people's vast habitat. Only the soul refining sword has no master. The revered one used 1,000 years to collect 7 types of heaven-grade metal to replicate the soul refining main sword. Although it isn't the real thing, it can merge with the 6 swords. Defending the vast habitat should be easy. Within the sect, there are rumors that the soul refining sword spirit isn't here anymore. This was why no one was able to control this sword for thousands of years. It could merge with the 6 swords? Lin Xuanchuang was stunned and then burst out laughing. That's right. It had already been a few thousand years since he perished during the tribulation and was trapped in that dilapidated world. Shi Zi's 6 disciples were all outstanding talents. They were 1 in a million. At this moment, she should have refined all the swords that Shi Zi left behind. As for the soul refining sword artifact spirit, Lin Xuanchuang turned around, her gaze instantly passing through dozens of space barriers. She landed in the nether jail. It was the body of Zhongshou who used the world-burning blood eyes to burn worlds. Her gaze locked onto the blood-red sword that was floating at the side. Wasn't the true soul refining sword artifact spirit here? That Shi Zi's aura was something that she would never forget. When she reformed her body and was in a daze, she nearly thought that Zhongshou was the reincarnation of Shi Zi's remnant thoughts. Thinking about this, Lin Xuanchuang couldn't help but burst out laughing. What was this? The sword formation was formed, but he still had to spend so much effort to craft that replica. There was a treasure mountain beside him, but he didn't know about it. This Wei Su was really slow on the uptake. Other people didn't know about the strength of this sword formation, but she had personally witnessed it. Killing an End Realm Saint Venerable wasn't a lie. Although it wasn't a true kill, if one's cultivation wasn't as high as Xiuguan's, it was best if one fled. She clenched her hand and crushed the jade letter into pieces. Lin Xuanxuang didn't stay any longer and continued to control the flying boat to fly into the distance. There were still many pieces of information within that she didn't take a look at. However, Lin Xuanxuang didn't care. No matter what Wei Su didn't know, no matter what the Taoist sect and demon sect did, it didn't matter. As long as she had that sword, it was enough. When the entire Nether Jail world became more and more unstable, when the world-burning flame spread to every corner of the world, the restrictions spread all over the Nether Jail also shook. This included the dozens of crosses that Zhongsho saw when he first arrived. The restrictions were broken, and the Death Jail restrictions were unable to absorb essence energy and vital energy. Everyone's faces were filled with uncontrollable joy. They struggled with all their might, but the seal that had previously rendered them immobile and helpless was now like a piece of paper. Wu Yazi laughed out loud, his voice shaking the sky. It broke, it actually broke. Good, it really burned well. I wonder who it is that has such a remarkable ability, who knew that I, Wu Yazi, would be able to break free one day. Amidst the explosion of energy, the seals shattered one after another. The entire Iron Cross was also constantly twisting. In the end, there was a loud explosion and it turned into dust. After breaking free from the last restriction, Wu Yazi stood in the air and roared out. It was an indescribable joy, an indescribable carefree feeling. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed. A deity realm cultivator in the distance who hadn't completely broken free from the seal was forcefully captured and brought to his side amidst bursts of explosive sounds. The head instantly exploded. Wu Yazi placed his mouth on the neck and drank large mouthfuls of blood. Then he laughed out loud. I haven't tasted such delicious blood in a long time. This is so refreshing. His skinny body quickly swelled up and regained his vitality. Wu Yazi's aura was also crazily growing. In the end, he scoffed coldly and turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who had broken free at the same time as him. Yi Xian, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Wu Yazi's body flashed, and he appeared beside the middle-aged man. The weird and chaotic magnetic power tore the space here into thousands of pieces. Wu Yazi's hand directly reached for the middle-aged man's neck. He didn't like this person for a long time. The essence blood of a peak God Realm cultivator would definitely be delicious. Wu Yazi's injuries were healed, and he was about to touch the middle-aged man. However, Yi Xian's expression didn't change. He only sighed slightly. You think you're strong and can look down on your peers, but you don't know that there are people who like to hide their strength. It's best if a demon like you doesn't go out and harm the world. An energy sword condensed in his right hand. Then it flashed and swept through the air. Blood splattered everywhere. Wu Yazi's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at his hand. His arm had been cut off. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian. Come. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 9, 51. Wu Yazi was filled with disbelief as he looked forward with a startled expression. The gap between the two of them was just too huge. At this moment, he didn't have any fighting spirit or thoughts of taking revenge. If he could, naturally he would want to flee. However, he was locked down by the sword intent such that he couldn't move at all. Apart from the fear in his eyes, he also became more and more confused, more and more venomous. Are you the only one who can be arrogant and not others? Wu Yazi said expressionlessly as the dozens of iron frames flew over. First, it twisted into a fried dough twist in front of him. Then, it collapsed inwards and condensed into the shape of a sword. Although it wasn't refined, there was a sharp and overbearing sword intent wrapped around it. Wu Yazi's pupils constricted. No. Yi Xian, you are that person, Xiao Yao Xian. The moment he said that, Yi Xian frowned and then broke into a laugh. You know too much. Yi Xian doesn't use the name Xiao Yao anymore. With a light wave of the sword that he had refined on the spot, Wu Yazi's head was sliced off with a single slash. At this moment, Yi Xian looked around. The conflict between the two of them ended in just a few breaths. Those God Realm experts who broke out all looked on in shock. They couldn't believe that such an outcome would occur. Wu Yazi, who usually did whatever he wanted and didn't care about anything, actually wasn't able to take one sword from Yi Xian. Following which, fear appeared in everyone's eyes. They didn't hesitate to flee. They tore open the restrictions and barriers that had become really weak due to the sky-burning flame and fled into the distance. Yi Xian wasn't interested in these people at all. He looked on coldly as they left and sighed. Idiots! Don't they know that these invisible flames are the Lu family world-burning flame? The nether jail was broken. Did these people think that they could escape? Only the highest sky-burning bloodline could have the world-burning true flame. If it was End Realm, then the power of his flame power was just too low. He should have burned all of them to ashes long ago. However, this fire was the true peak-level sky-burning ability. The only possibility was that a descendant of the Lu clan had achieved a peak bloodline. For such a huge matter, how could the sky-burning Lu family not have End Realm Saint Venerables around? How far could he run at this time? Yi Xian looked up at the sky unwillingly. His eyes were filled with helplessness, as expected of a clan that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Only now did they show some signs of decline. Yet, there is such an outstanding junior who suddenly rose up, making others feel despair. Silently pondering, Yi Xian also sensed for a moment. Then, he hung the crudely made sword on his waist. He walked towards the south. That was where the Abyss Gate was. That place should be his only chance of survival. He stepped into the void, and in an instant, he traversed 100 miles. In just a moment, he was near the Abyss Gate. Looking out from afar, he noticed that 200 miles away from the Abyss Gate, one old and one young were facing off against each other. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. That old man was obviously a Saint Realm Venerable, but Yi Xian didn't even look at him. His gaze was focused on the teen. Wasn't this person the teen he saw dozens of days ago? That pair of blood eyes should be the world-burning blood eyes. This teen who charged into the 9 extreme death jail alone to search for his mother was the top bloodline descendant of the sky-burning Lu family. This kid was Lu Hanyon's son. In other words, he wasn't even 30 and was just celestial realm. What a surprise, and also what a shame. He had a thought, and a weird expression appeared on his face. Hanyon's son? That was the direct great-grandson of the sky-burning Saint Emperor who grasped the world-burning blood. Speaking of which, he should be the Zongzi of the sky-burning Lu family, the top heir of the Saint dynasty? Maybe, the moment such a thought flashed in his mind, he suppressed it. Looking forward in that instant, there was a slight change in the aura. Yi Xian's gaze also turned towards the red-robed old man. His right hand couldn't help but grab onto his sword. This person's murderous intent was clearly born. At this moment, Lu Tianqing was panting. His body was covered in sweat, drenching his heavy clothes. 5 signs of celestial decay. First sign of celestial decay. First sign of celestial decay. Second sign of celestial decay. Third sign of celestial decay. At this moment, he was showing signs of the third sign of celestial decay. He was maintaining the 8 layers of hell so that it wouldn't totally collapse. He pretty much used up all his true chi and true chi. At this moment, he was squeezing out that precious life essence energy. However, he still wasn't able to stop this collapsing power. Instead, his soul was being burned by the invisible flames and was being forced back. A series of cracking sounds spread out from all around. Pieces of space-time fragments were disintegrating and dispersing into the void outside the realm. He was really clear that he couldn't stop it. This piece of Nether Death Jail was destined to be destroyed. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could Lu Tianqing be destroyed here? Should he let go of everything and flee? Although this region was huge, where could he flee to? If he lost the Liu family and had no chance of advancing, he would only be able to live for 200 more years. Most of his descendants would be dragged down by him and would become slaves of sinners. His gaze turned sharp as he viciously stared forwards. The source of all this was this kid. Those blood-red eyes were still looking coldly at him, filled with disdain. However, it made Liu Tianqing more and more furious. He really wanted to dig out and destroy the world-burning blood eyes that the sky-burning Liu family had been looking forward to for thousands of years. Wait, destroy? Liu Tianqing's eyes flashed, and then his killing intent exploded once more. Anyways, he was going to die anyway, so why not just die together with him? He couldn't just watch on as the person who caused him to fall into such a situation returned to the Liu family perfectly fine. He wanted to be the top prince, the next sky-burning Saint Emperor, and bully his own descendants. The moment such a thought rose, he saw Zhong Shou laugh coldly. Do you think that I can't do anything to you? You want to die together with me? Liu Tianqing was slightly startled. This kid actually guessed his thoughts. He confirmed that there weren't any illusions around him. He broke out into a laugh. At this moment, this kid could only use his tongue to delay. No matter how bright his future was after he died, he would just be a pile of dirt. He didn't hesitate anymore. Millions of silver threads shot out from his sleeves and flew towards Zhong Shou. Under the gaze of the blood eyes, threads of silver threads were twisted and broken. However, there were even more silver threads that surged endlessly. Liu Tianqing couldn't take it anymore and wanted to laugh out loud. He was really delighted. Despair, right? Helplessness, right? Just now he was the same. Today, with the top prince of the Liu family accompanying him to death, he didn't waste his life. However, in the next instance, he saw the pity and mocking expression in the blood eyes. Huh! With a loud explosion, Liu Tianqing's knees were smashed into pieces. He couldn't stand straight and suddenly knelt down in front of Zhong Shou. Those silver threads were all blown into dust at that moment. An extremely majestic voice spread out from a distance, trying to kill the top prince of the Saint dynasty. Liu Tianqing, you really are bold. The voice was deep and majestic like steel. A shattering sound rang out. It was an intense that was so vast that it could shatter everything in this place. It was as if he was enraged to the extreme. Under the impact of this sound wave, the surrounding space of thousands of feet scattered like broken waves. Under such heavy pressure, Liu Tianqing's teeth nearly shattered and blood seeped out from his mouth. However, he still couldn't suppress the fear in his heart as he exclaimed, Yin Yuan Saint Venerable. This voice, this spiritual sense suppression, it was definitely Yin Yuan Saint Venerable. His expression was filled with shock. How did this Saint Venerable come so quickly? No, this matter was really weird right from the start. Zhong Shou's bloodline mutated and awakened the world-burning saint blood. He was also from a sky-burning Liu family. Although his ranking was low in the past, he was one of the direct bloodlines. Why didn't he sense anything? No, it wasn't that he didn't sense anything. He had experienced the surging of his bloodline and the signs of reversing several times before. However, he didn't pay attention to it and didn't think about it. It was a knowledge barrier. He could only see it, but not know. The moment such a spiritual sense appeared in his mind, instantly all the barriers were removed. So that was the case. Yin Yuan Saint Venerable didn't rush over from hundreds of worlds away. He had been waiting here for a long time. Poor him. He had fallen into such a trap and didn't even know about it. Then, who was the one plotting against him? Pretty much instinctively, he thought about that person's name. Extreme Flame Saint Venerable. Lu Juyan. A maniacal roar spread out from Lu Wushuang's throat. His voice was hoarse and filled with bone-deep hatred. Apart from this person, he couldn't think of anyone else who could cause him to fall into the knowledge barrier and not even know about it. What was laughable was that he pitted Lu Juyan and treated Lu Hanyin and her son so cruelly. However, he didn't expect that he was the most pitiful one. You're really annoying. You couldn't take care of this 9 extreme death jail. You knew that the world-burning blood would awaken and sacrifice an entire world. However, you didn't wake up and allowed the top heir of the Liu family to awaken his bloodline and destroy this nether jail world. This is a crime. Yin Yuan's Saint Venerable's voice was emotionless as he spoke. It was so calm, like he wasn't judging, but was just describing. Liu Tianxing's heart turned ice cold as he looked into the sky helplessly. His fate was decided long ago. When Juyin saw this kid, his fate was already decided. From a start, he had fallen into a trap. Zhongshu's bloodline awakening most probably relied on the restrictions of this nether jail. However, if Juyin said that the Liu family would be able to take a nether jail, this Saint Venerable had probably decided to take Liu Tianxing's life 10 days ago. However, at this moment, what was the use of hating him? Looking up, one could see the sky that was breaking apart. However, it was like one could see Juyin's disdainful smile. At this moment, Yin Yuan's Saint Venerable's voice continued. The second crime is that after the matter happened, you didn't think about making up for it. You were filled with hatred and wanted to harm the crown prince. Both crimes are unforgivable. Do you have anything to say to defend yourself? Chapter 952. The second crime is that you didn't think about making up for it after it happened. You wanted to harm the crown prince out of rage. Both crimes are unforgivable. Do you have anything to say? His voice was like thunder, shocking one's heart. Liu Tianxing opened his mouth like he wanted to speak. However, when it reached his mouth, he swallowed it back down. What was there to say? Today's matter was obviously a trap. Two supreme venerables worked together to take him down and cut off Xuanhua's wings. He had nothing to say. Today he attacked to harm Zhongshu. That was the truth. The teen in front of him had become a world-burning blood. He was undoubtedly the top person among the Liu family crown princes. This kid's life concerned the survival of the Liu family, the hope of dozens of Saint Realm cultivators to reach End Realm. Once the Saint Dynasty elders found out about this, then even country ruler Xianhua wouldn't be able to explain for him. He, Liu Tianxing, had angered everyone. Even if he tried to explain, what was the point? Liu Tianxing gave out a tragic laugh. His expression slowly calmed down. His heart was dead, and he didn't have any hope at all. What did I do wrong? If you want to punish someone, you can always find a reason. Since two Saint Venerables want to take my life, then I will just accept it. Yin Yuan's Saint Venerable's voice instantly became silent. Then, he laughed coldly once more. You really don't repent. You are hopeless. Since that is the case, then I don't need to show mercy. However, there will naturally be someone who will take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Tianxing's limbs exploded into clouds of blood mist from all of his joints. He pretty much fell to the ground, unable to stand up straight. Zhongshu looked on coldly. At the start, he was slightly surprised. What he relied on wasn't this Saint Venerable. His spiritual sense cultivation was far from being able to sense traces of End Realm Saint Venerables. However, he calmed down and a cold disdain appeared at the corner of his lips. Was this a show for him to see? To appease his rage towards the sky-burning Liu family. However, his mother was trapped in the 9 extreme death jail for over 20 years and suffered such cruel torture. How could the grudge and hatred be settled with just Liu Tianxing's life? His eyes were ice cold as he stared coldly at Liu Tianxing, who had collapsed on the ground. At this moment, the red-robed old man didn't possess the dignified bearing of an exalt at the Saint Realm. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was in an extremely miserable and sorry state. Yin Yuan's Saint Venerable not only destroyed this person's body and joints, but he also heavily injured his soul such that he couldn't use spells anymore. Even the vocal cords in his throat had been shattered. He could only spit out a mouthful of saliva as he stared over with venomous eyes. Zhongshu did not care. Instead, he laughed. Runes suddenly appeared in his eyes, causing Liu Tianxing's body to suddenly twist. Fear instantly appeared in the latter's eyes. It wasn't just his body that was being torn apart by thousands of different forces. Flames also seeped in and burned his body. However, this was not enough to make him panic. What was truly unbearable was the excruciating pain. This was an intense pain that made one wish they were dead. They wished they could kill themselves at this moment and cut off all the muscles in their body. He instantly understood that this was an illusionary technique. It was Zhongshou who reflected the pain he had suffered in his mind. However, at this moment, he couldn't block it at all. It hurts, right? You wish you could die right now? However, the pain that my mother suffers every day is 10 times, 100 times more than this. Zhongshou laughed, his fingernails digging deep into his flesh, his violent energy calming down. You should feel fortunate that I haven't lost my mind and could do those beastly things. The glow in his blood eyes changed once more. Many talismans that merged with the heaven path formed together, like one black and one white, yin and yang fish images. Meanwhile, Lu Tianqing's figure was shattered into pieces and exploded into a mist of blood. Only a remnant soul broke out. Before it could escape, Zhongshou forcefully grabbed it. Yin Yuan's Saint Venerable only destroyed this person's cultivation and strength before not doing anything. He just wanted to toss this person to him to deal with. However, Zhongshou was really calm. There was no reason why he didn't take Lu Tianqing's life just because he didn't want to owe Yin Yuan, Saint Venerable, a favor. Thinking back to those red hummingbirds and the scenes of that day, his chest felt pained. However, even though you have died a quick death, my endless hatred cannot be dispelled. I heard that the Buddhist faction has the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and also the vow oath technique. Today, I will take some cause and effect and am willing to swear on the unlimited beginning and end Buddha body. I hope that you will fall into the path of animals for all eternity and become the food of animals. Lu Tianqing's remnant soul instantly struggled intensely. However, it was already too late. There was a low explosion around Zhongshou. One of the netherworld death gates seemed to open impatiently. Countless amounts of death qi seeped in, and there was also an extremely powerful pulling force. It forcefully dragged Lu Tianqing's crying soul into the nether gate. When the nether gate closed, Zhongshou looked around. Yin Yuan's Saint Venerable's spiritual sense had already retreated, leaving no traces at all. This nether jail world had lost its last support along with Lu Tianqing's death. The source was slowly being burned by his world-burning flame, and it was collapsing more and more. Zhongshou's heart instantly felt empty. However, he didn't hesitate and didn't have any reluctance. With a step, he left the nether jail world. The collapse of a world would definitely cause a huge commotion that would affect numerous spaces. Even a 9 extreme death jail would form a Shuang ocean. The impact wasn't something that the current him could take. Stepping out of the void, Zhongshou reached out and grabbed toward the 7th layer of the death jail. The death jail restrictions were indestructible in the past, and Zhongshou couldn't do anything about it. However, at this moment, he totally disregarded it. With the world burning blood, there was nothing he couldn't do in the death jail. In just a moment, Zhongshou pulled Lu Wubbing out of the Spirit Ocean death jail to his side. Lu Wubbing expressionlessly looked at Zhongshou like he wasn't surprised at all. A bright glow flashed in his eyes, and then he bowed deeply. Congratulations, ruler, for obtaining the world-burning blood. Since it was the world-burning blood eye, then he wasn't just the ruler, but also the ruler of the race. Zhongshou frowned and then shook his head. Are you the same as my master and predicted this? Lu Wubbing gave out a bitter smile. How would he have such ability? No matter how much he looked at Zhongshou, he wouldn't have predicted it. Zhongshou's bloodline had such a shocking change in the death jail. Only when he reached the 5th layer did he roughly guess what was going on. Ruler, no matter whether or not I guessed it, you still need to enter the 9 extreme death jail. Zhongshou kept silent. He really couldn't blame Lu Wubbing for this matter. Then, his pupils constricted slightly as he looked into the distance. 3 figures appeared a breath away from where they were. Even if one of them turned into ashes, he would still recognize him. It was Zhu Yin, who had stopped him for 10 days and tormented him for 10 days on the 8th floor. However, at this moment, his attention was on the woman on the left. It was his mother. At this moment, her eyes were filled with emotions as she looked over in a daze. Her eyes were filled with tears like she had many things to say to him. However, she was restricted by an external power such that she couldn't open her mouth. Mother. Zhongsho instinctively wanted to step over. However, although he had such a thought, he wasn't able to get half a step closer. Even with the world-burning ability in Dao Seed Star, he couldn't do it. An invisible barrier was blocking in front of him such that he couldn't cross it. Instantly, he was unable to suppress the rage in his chest as he stared in the direction of Lu Juyan. At this moment, the only person who could stop him was this Juyan Saint Venerable. Lu Juyan smiled like he was really happy. He didn't care about Zhongsho's gaze at all. Within 10 years, you have to remember to make a trip back to the Saint Dynasty. You are the top prince of our Lu family, the future sky-burning Saint Emperor. However, since you were born, you have never been to the Saint Dynasty to worship the ancestral temple. That is just too preposterous. His words were like the instructions of a senior to a junior, and it carried a hint of pure teaching. When Zhongsho heard this, he wasn't angry but laughed instead. Return to the Saint Dynasty to worship the ancestral temple. You sky-burning Lu family people are looking down on me because my bloodline isn't pure. Aren't you afraid that an outsider like me will stain your ancestral temple? What kind of angry words are you saying? Jian broke into a laugh. His expression was helpless, like he was looking at a kid who was venting his anger. You are my only great-grandson, the Lu family head Zhongzi. If your bloodline isn't pure, then the sky-burning Saint Dynasty won't have a direct bloodline. As the top prince, who would dare to disrespect you? If someone doesn't know what's good for them, then I will help you kill him. Zhongsho was speechless. He had never seen such a weird and shameless end realm Saint Venerable. He took in a deep breath, and Zhongsho tried his best to calm himself down. I don't remember changing my surname. Moreover, if you want me to head to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty, then release my mother Zhongsho. Holding my mother hostage, is this your sincerity? Anyan, your mother is willing to follow me back to the Saint Dynasty to visit the sky-burning Saint Emperor. We haven't seen each other in 20 years, and she really misses you. As Juyan said this, Zhongsho was slightly stunned. He turned around and looked at his mother, only to see her nod her head towards him with a serious expression. Juyan smiled once more. If you want to see her, then just come to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty. Isn't it great that your family is reunited? Zhongsho clenched his fists tightly. The bones in his body crackled. His gaze was like a knife. He really wanted to punch this Saint Venerable's face. Juyan didn't see it all, or maybe he saw it, but he didn't care. His gaze was mocking, like he was saying, so what if you hate me? So what if you are angry? In the end, you still have to listen to him. That is all I have to say. Whether or not you come is up to you. The Saint Dynasty's battles are much more intense than you can imagine. If you don't come, then you will regret it for the rest of your life. After saying this, Juyan's body slowly faded away. The figures of Lu Hanyin and the girl in red also disappeared. Zhongsho's body flashed and arrived where the three of them were, but he missed. At this moment, a sigh spread out in his ear. In the end, I still dragged you in. If you like this work, then you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 953. In the end, Shower, you were dragged into this. A voice spread over, and a person appeared beside Zhongsho. He patted Zhongsho's shoulder to comfort him. Zhongsho kept silent and didn't say a word. Although his heart was filled with rage and hatred, he felt even more helpless. He couldn't do anything to this extreme flame Saint Venerable. He didn't understand why Lu Hanyin was willing to go back with Juyan. Then he heard the person beside him say in a melancholic tone, "You don't have to do that. Your mother gave birth to you and owed your grandfather too much. Although she had escaped, she still had her own responsibilities and debts to pay. The sky-burning Saint Emperor is a righteous person and shouldn't have been betrayed and chased down from the throne. Not only am I happy that your mother made such a choice, but I am also happy to see it happen. Zhongsho frowned. He didn't understand the grievances within and what his parents went through. However, since Zhong Weiran said that his mother had a reason to do that, then she definitely had her own difficulties. He didn't expect that the sky-burning Saint Emperor Liu Beiwu would have such a high evaluation in Zhong Weiran's heart. Sighing slightly, Zhongsho turned around and looked beside him. He hadn't seen his father for many years, and he looked more and more handsome. There were more firm lines on his face. His body was still thin, but he looked more like a bear mountain. However, his eyes were also filled with many vicissitudes. Although the current situation wasn't good, he was still in a daze. Although Zhong Weiran tried his best to hide it, he couldn't hide it from his newly awakened blood-eye ability. Bowing respectfully, Zhongsho said, "Father, it has been tough on you. I came late." Just now, he knew that Zhong Weiran was hiding at the side and Lin Xuanxuang was waiting outside, which was why he wasn't afraid of Tianqing Venerable. With the world-burning blood-eye, his combat strength was comparable to peak God Realm in the 9 Extreme Death Jail. Working together with Zhong Weiran, it was enough to fight against Liu Tianqing. However, at this moment, he felt fortunate that Yinyuan's Saint Venerable acted in time. Although the father and son had a chance of winning. Even if they won, Zhong Weiran's injuries would be even heavier. He felt guilty. If his father didn't give him the Book of Ian, why did he have to do that? Becoming a saint in one step and holding the book. At that time, even if he faced end, he would be able to escape. Or did you see through it? The peak ability of the Liu family is really amazing. Zhong Weiran smiled and shook his head. I just hid here for 2 years. Compared to your mother, it isn't much. However, it is all thanks to you that I was able to get out. You show S's you. Just now, he had sent Liu Tianqing into the 6 paths of reincarnation. I hate you. However, is it appropriate to be tainted with the karma of Buddhism? S. Tus, SSS, S's. After a few words, he listened to Zhong Weiran's worry. His heart warmed slightly, and he explained, "It's fine. If you have too much debt, you won't worry about it. It's a small matter." He also hated Liu Tianqing to the bone, especially the red Feng bird matter. To be able to send him into the animal path and torture him for 10,000 lifetimes, such a price wasn't much. Moreover, unknowingly, he owed the Buddhist faction a lot. At most, the Buddhist faction would open another jail and create a world of pure bliss. If he had the ability, then he would help out. Just a little. He couldn't do more. Zhong Weiran broke into a laugh and looked forward. With such a son, what more could he ask for? Then, he thought back to Liu Hanyin, who left with Jian, and his face dimmed. After 20 years, although the two of them met, they didn't even speak a single word. When she came to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty, she was in danger and had to deal with numerous knives and arrows. His eyes flashed, and Zhong Weiran said seriously, "Sure. If you can, why not make a trip to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty? Go help your mother and great-grandfather." Zhongsho was startled and looked back. Zhong Weiran's face dimmed. "Although I am her husband, I am still an outsider to the Liu family. If I interfere, not only will it not help, but it will also make her situation worse. Right now, the only one who can help your mother is you." Zhongsho was silent when he heard this, deep in thought. Go to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty to be the top prince of the Liu family? Wasn't that what Jian wanted? However, he didn't have any other choice. Just as he was thinking about that, he saw Zhong Weiran turn his head and look in the direction of the destroyed 9 Extreme Death Jail. His brows furrowed. "Who are you? Why did you follow me and not leave?" At this moment, Zhongsho felt that the energy in that direction was weird, and a sense of danger rose up in his heart. In the next instant, he saw a person step in from a void. It was a middle-aged man. Although he was only dressed in a sackcloth and had a low-quality sword by his waist, he looked very calm. However, when he walked over, he looked really elegant, making one's heart fall in love with him. In the last life, Zhongsho focused on the sword path, and in this life, he also worked really hard. His senses were really sharp, and he could see the sword intent that was gathered at the center of his brows. I am Yi Xian. I used to have the name of Dao Xiaoyao. 70 years ago, I failed and was trapped in the nether jail. Speaking of which, not long ago, your highness should have seen me. Yi Xian stood still a breath away, and then looked at Zhongshu with a burning gaze. Since your highness wants to head to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty, then you should have people to help you. Is your highness willing to accept me as your subordinate? Sky-burning Saint Dynasty young master, top prince, I can't be too poor. When he said this, Zhongshu and Zhong Weiran were both stunned. Yi Xian mocked himself. Although the nether jail has collapsed, there are two end-realm spiritual senses locking down the space here. If it was just one extreme flame, Saint Venerable, Yi Xian would dare to take the risk. However, with Yin Yuan, then there is nothing I can do. I have been trapped in the death jail for 70 years, and I am not willing to stay any longer. I can only ask young master for help. It wasn't that Yi Xian was praising himself. Before I was imprisoned, no one below Saint Realm could block one sword from me. Yi Xian, even Tianqing Venerable might be able to fight against me. I will definitely be able to help young master. The first few sentences were to explain the doubts between Zhongshu and Zhongshu. The words that followed were about cultivation and ability. A heaven-covering sword intent rose up to prove his words. Not only was Zhong Weiran shocked, Zhongshu's brow rose up, and he was slightly interested. He had seen this person before, just as he entered the 8th layer of the nether jail. Pretty much at the same time, thousands of worlds away, the sky-burning Saint Dynasty that Zhongshu and Zhongshu were discussing was deathly silent, especially in front of the ancestral temple where numerous Lu family disciples were gathered. However, it was totally silent such that one could hear a pin drop. On one side, they were waiting for the vital energy changes of the sky-burning Saint Tablet to settle down. On the other hand, they were trying their best to absorb the bloodline retracement power. Everyone's expressions were solemn and filled with surprise. The more Lu family side bloodline disciples were, the more joyous their faces were. Logically speaking, those who were further away from the family, the benefits they would get wouldn't be as good as those of the direct bloodline. However, when the sky-burning blood reached a certain level, it would be really tough to raise it. On the contrary, side bloodline disciples who originally had a weak bloodline power could greatly raise their grade. This was why in front of the ancestral temple, be it young or old, no matter their status, no one dared to be distracted. With Lu Yunji's identity as the second prince, naturally, he didn't need to mix with these low-grade disciples. At this moment, he was standing not far away from the Saint Tablet in a building and looking down coldly. Kiki, this sky-burning flame actually rose by a full grade. How rare, how rare. I heard that such a situation only happened 7,000 years ago when Yin Yuan's Saint Venerable went through his end-realm tribulation. My Lu family really has someone who grasped the world-burning blood eye. Behind Lu Yunj, Lu Daoyan also opened his eyes. At this moment, the bloodline retracement power was close to its end. He just needed to split his spiritual sense to deal with the remaining portion. Lu Daoyan stopped sitting and walked to Lu Yunji's side. However, the moment he walked to the railing, he felt the vital energy in his body move once more. Slightly startled, Lu Daoyan instinctively glanced at Lu Yunj. He was filled with shock. Was it still hadn't ended? No. Even after the few Lu family end-realm cultivators went through their tribulations, it didn't feel like this. After it moved, it calmed down. Then, there was only one possibility. That person who grasped the peak ability of the Lu family still had potential. Or maybe someone who was really close to him had signs of advancing and could also retrace the entire race. Lu Daoyan's eyes instantly turned dark. No matter which one it was, it would cause huge changes to the current sky-burning Saint Dynasty. Lu Yunji's expression didn't change, and he didn't notice at all. Lu Daoyan's brow rose up, and he knew that there were only two possibilities. One was that Lu Yunj already found out but acted calm. The other was that he was too far away from the branch that mutated. He immediately chuckled and acted as if nothing had happened on his face. Looking at the situation, the Saint Tablet is about to be revealed. There would probably be a huge change in the Crown Prince ranking. I don't know what position, cousin, can you be placed in. However, you probably won't be able to keep your position as second prince. His words were filled with a mocking tone, and he was gloating. The Liu family Crown Prince position had always been split into 5 categories. The first was bloodline, the second was merit, the third was talent, the fourth was strength and cultivation, and the fifth was family. For Liu Yunj to be able to take the position of second prince, his strength and cultivation were not bad. Secondly, Xianhua and the other country rulers were supporting him. Thirdly, the merit he accumulated over the past few decades made him one of the top talents in the Liu family. However, after today, who knows how many people in the Liu family would have their bloodlines improved. On the contrary, this person had stopped cultivating long ago. It was obvious that he didn't gain much. Naturally, he far exceeded those from the side branches. However, out of the many crown princes, he was definitely at the bottom. To be continued. Chapter 954. The Liu family didn't allow people of the same race to marry. However, there were still taboos between close relatives. As Liu Yunj was far away, he was chosen to be Liu Hanyan's husband. However, at this moment, he was definitely the one who benefited the least. However, Liu Yunj didn't seem to care at all. Not only was he not angry, he even laughed involuntarily. Why should you, Liu Daoyan, worry about my ranking? Moreover, that voice paused for a moment as Liu Yunj's cold gaze swept over from the corner of his eyes. Even if you, Liu Daoyan, are able to surpass me in terms of ranking, you will still be able to defeat me. I wonder if little brother Yin will be able to sit firmly on the throne. Liu Daoyan's brow rose up. He felt that cold gaze was like a knife stabbing into his heart. It was like it was real, making one's heart feel like it was being sliced. After looking at him for a moment, Liu Yunj's gaze calmed down. It is best if you don't get killed when you head out. Brother Daoyan should be used to such things. How many direct bloodline descendants have fallen in the sky-burning Saint dynasty over these few hundred years? Liu Daoyan's heart jumped, and then he was furious. You dare to speak to me like that? These words were almost a naked threat. However, before he could scold him, Liu Yunj's cold laughter interrupted him once more. You were the pride of the heavens in the past, but you fell to the point where you can't even maintain your top 5 position. I know that you are angry and aren't happy with me. However, if you want to blame someone, blame your bloodline. There are too few talents and no one to carry on your legacy. Liu Hanyan, that bitch appeared. Liu Daoyan felt stuffy in his chest, and his eyes turned red. It was like endless amounts of hatred and grievances were accumulated in his chest. Liu Yunj wasn't willing to let him off just like that. He said flatly, Cousin Daoyan, since you're already a stray dog, then you should know your place and stop barking randomly. You must know that there is a limit to one's patience. Who knows, one day you might get angry and kill this ownerless dog to get some peace. Don't you think that makes sense? He continued, It isn't easy for you to maintain your current position. Don't come and offend me for no reason. To be more direct, even if I order one of my subordinates to kill you, I will still be able to do so. Who in the sky-burning Saint dynasty could do anything to him? The sky-burning Saint Emperor who was about to abdicate? That's right, this person is the only one you can rely on now. However, that person couldn't even protect his only granddaughter. How could he protect you, Liu Daoyan? Liu Daoyan's body trembled. His face was ashen, and he was almost speechless. Liu Yunj roared with laughter instead, and it seemed to be filled with indescribable arrogance and delight. If there was a day when I could become the Sage Emperor, I would be happy. Once he grasped power, he would use all his strength to ensure that Liu Beiwu's bloodline would never be able to rise again. He would definitely torture that bitch to death. However, these words were kept in his heart and could not be spoken out loud. At the next moment, Liu Yunj's heart stirred as he looked below the pavilion. At that moment, The gazes of countless people were also focused on the stele. The light around the sky-burning Saint tablet gradually faded, and the blood color that lingered within finally started to solidify. Words appeared at the bottom of the stele. Lu Yunji's heart twitched. No matter how shrewd he was, he still felt a little nervous. Actually, just now he shouldn't have said those words to Lu Daoyan. He didn't need to bother about his mocking words. However, the changes today made him nervous, and he lost his usual mental state. For some reason, since a few days ago when he found out that someone might have advanced to the Lu family pure bloodline, he felt anxious and uneasy. He felt that this matter was a little weird. Even if he asked around, he was unable to find out who the person who suddenly rose up with the sky-burning bloodline was. Before this, there were no signs, and he also didn't hear that there was such a talented person in the family. Could he have popped out from a stone? No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. Lu Yunji shook his head and continued to look at the stele. At this moment, the first name had already appeared on it. Lu Shichen. Lu Yunji murmured, then frowned again. This name was a little foreign. It wasn't one of the original 49 princes. Then, more names appeared, but they were all people he hadn't seen before. He had heard of some of them, but with their sky-burning bloodline and talents, they shouldn't have been able to do so. However, with their sky-burning bloodline, they shouldn't have been able to become princes. Was it because of the bloodline retracement? Lu Daoyan at the side calmed down. He laughed silently. There are a little too many princes this time. It was likely that the number far exceeded the number of 49 people. Such a grand scene had only occurred 7,000 years ago. I think country ruler Xianhua and cousin will be busy in the following days. Lu Yunji knew what he meant, and his expression was really cold. In the past, there weren't many princes, and those country rulers and elders could suppress them. In the future, the sky-burning Saint Emperor would become one of the 8 country rulers. As for who would rise and who would fall, it would be controlled by those few people. However, now that the number of competitors increased, it was a little problematic. As long as one was from the sky-burning Lu family, who wouldn't be ambitious? To be able to become princes, one naturally had some connections and had some status in the sky-burning Saint dynasty. It seemed like after today, the Saint dynasty would have to go through a huge shuffle before they could decide. However, out of the 9 princes, the one with the most unstable position was Lu Daoyan. He was the one who had the highest chance of being kicked down. At this moment, he still had the mood to use words to stab him. What a joke. He couldn't be reasoned with. As for Lu Yunji, he had been running for 20 years. His foundations in the Saint dynasty were firm, and there were 6 to 7 Saint realm elders that he could borrow strength from. How could he be so easily shaken by those newcomers? Lu Yunji was too lazy to reply as he continued to look, only to see that after 60 names appeared on the stone stele, a familiar name appeared. The princes aren't just 7. Are they 108? Such a thought flashed across his mind, but Lu Yunji felt that something wasn't right. However, he couldn't think of what was wrong. Lu Daoyan's body tensed up, and he clenched his fists like he was trying his best to suppress his emotions. He seemed to have noticed something. Lu Yunji wasn't willing to ask this person and kept silent. At this moment, there was an uproar below the building. They were all shocked by the changes in the princes. However, apart from those new people, there weren't many other changes. They were all the few direct bloodline disciples left in the Lu family, and the benefits they obtained from the bloodline retracing were similar. The blood patterns on the stone stele reached the top of the stele in just a moment. At this moment, everyone knew that it was the most crucial moment, the time for the 9 princes to be ranked. They all held their breaths, and the chaotic discussions also calmed down. Even Lu Yunji and Lu Daoyan were focused, their eyes filled with nervousness. Lu Junyu, Lu Gaoga, Lu Mingyang. Looking at the few names gathered, Lu Yunji was stunned. Thinking to himself, how did this happen? In his eyes, even if someone rose up and snatched the top prince position, it would still be the same. Among the top 9, there was only one person who fell out of the top 9. However, at this moment, there were 2 people who weren't chosen and weren't among the 9 most important princes. At this moment, everyone around the ancestral temple was buzzing. Many powerful auras arrived one after another. More than a dozen divine wills filled the sky. In the surrounding pavilions, all the people who had the right to have a place in the pavilions all stood up, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Yunj also clenched her silver teeth tightly, her mouth making cracking sounds. Numerous thoughts and guesses flashed across his mind, but he didn't understand anything. Seventh, sixth, another two names appeared on it. Lu Yunj's eyes were filled with surprise once more. Why weren't the seventh and sixth names Lu Daoyan? Could it be that this fellow didn't even make it into the list of candidates this time? From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the trash beside him was smiling. What was he so gleeful about? Just as Lu Yunj was filled with confusion, he saw another name appear at the top of the stele. Lu Yunj. Lu Yunj was slightly absent-minded. His eyes were filled with confusion. Why was he fifth? Even if his ranking dropped, he should be fourth. Why was he fifth? His gaze was like a knife, wanting to pierce through the stone steel. He saw that above his name were the three blood-colored words, Lu Daoyan. He was startled once more and couldn't help but grind his teeth. What did this trash do to deserve this? His ranking actually skipped the three of them and was above Lu Yunj. Cousin Yunj, have you noticed that most of the people who can raise their rankings are from the Yinyuan Saint Venerable bloodline? Lu Daoyan's voice rang out once more. However, there was no longer that morbid resentment and hatred that he had before. Among these new candidates, my Yinyuan bloodline has taken up a full 30% of them. As for the rest, aren't they people who are close to the sky-burning Saint Emperor? At the start, Lu Yunj didn't understand. Then, his pupils constricted. It really was the case. Looking at the rankings on the stele, it was as Lu Daoyan said. No wonder he felt that something was wrong. A weird expression flashed, and Lu Yunj suppressed the shock in his heart. Killing intent exploded out in his heart. So what? It would just take a little more effort. How could Lu Yunj allow Lu Beiwu's bloodline to have a chance to rise up? Country ruler Xianhua had offended him to death, so he definitely wouldn't sit still and do nothing. Lu Daoyan laughed. Do you know what this means? The person with the world-burning blood eyes, even if he isn't a descendant of Yinyuan Saint Venerable, he should be really close. Just as he said this, the name of the third-ranked crown prince had already appeared. It was Lu Huanxiao. Looking at this name, the two of them weren't surprised. This person was originally the first crown prince. However, they were more and more curious about the other two. In less than 1,000th of a breath, another name appeared on the saint's stele. Lu Hanyan. The moment this name appeared, Lu Yunj's heart jumped. The railing in front of him was smashed by his hand. How could the second prince be her? To be continued. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.